Good evening. The July 30th special meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Here.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly. Here. Councilmember Harris is not here tonight. Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns is also not here. Councilmember Sufferton. Here. And Councilmember Davis is not here. Mayor Biss.
Here. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on the agenda is the approval of virtual council member participation, which my understanding is we have no virtual council member participation to approve, so we can skip that and move right on to public comment. There are just a hair over 30 folks signed up for public comments, so everyone will be given a minute and a half this evening. So we'll begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, beginning with Roger Williams, who will be followed by Frank Hill, and then Sharimer Chivanis.
Good evening, everyone. I am Roger Williams. I'm a realtor here in Evanston. Today, there's escalating housing costs in Evanston, marked by surging rents and soaring home prices, are acting as the ultimate catalyst for the out-migration of black residents who are still reeling from the historical and present-day injustices of redlining and exclusionary zoning. As a real estate broker in Evanston, I have many black professional clients who are unable to purchase a home in Evanston. Those starting in Evanston, they usually end up attempting to find homes in Rodgers Park or other suburbs. And there's a reason for that. To purchase a single-family home in Evanston today demands a substantial down payment. Consider this: at the end of June, the average sale price of a single-family detached home in Evanston was a staggering $900,000. Requires a 20% down payment of $180,000 or 5% down payment of $45,000. Your monthly mortgage would be roughly $4,700 per month. During the same time period, the average price of a single-family attached home, multifamily, townhomes, fourplexes, low-rises, was $370,000. Your monthly mortgage would be roughly $1,920 per month. Clearly, Evanston needs more of the second type: single-family, attached, multifamily housing. We need more townhomes, fourplexes, low-rise condominiums. We need more diverse, affordable, multifamily housing types that will create more affordable options for various income levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Frank Hill, who will be followed by Sharimer Chivanis and then Rob Keating.
Good evening. Frank Hill, single-family homeowner in the 7th Ward. I support passing a comprehensive plan that promotes increased density as a tool for affordable housing. Specifically, I support adopting option 2 under H2.1, increase Evanston's housing choices by allowing multi-unit housing by right in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts. Though there has been a lot of opposition to the suggestion that the comprehensive plan should encourage increased density, I have not heard any of these opponents who claim they support affordable housing offer any alternative proposals to support it. Other opponents who skew older, well-off, and white-presenting favor our exclusionary zoning status quo. And I've heard dog whistles from some opponents that trouble me deeply. Though there has been a lot of opposition, at the last special council meeting, several folks who had never commented here before showed up to tell their stories about having to leave Evanston, though their families have been here for generations, or stories of being unhoused and getting back on their feet thanks to Evanston organizations. These stories were stories of survival and hope. I encourage my fellow Evanstonians to support actions based on hope and policies that embrace change. I hope we can work without acrimony to make housing in Evanston more equitable and inclusive. In my opinion, that starts with adopting option 2 under H2.1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sharimer Chivanis, who will be followed by Rob Keating and then Corey King.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Sharima Shivanis, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy from Connections for the Homeless, who served about 3,500 Evanstonians in fiscal year 2024. We've shared our recommendations for your edits with you because we understand just how critical this process is for Evanston and its future. We urge you to adopt edits that will allow Evanston to expand its housing supply and create more affordable housing options without unnecessary barriers. Seize this moment to move us closer to a future where housing is accessible to people at every income level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rob Keating, who will be followed by Corey King, and then Paul Breslin.
We've been hearing so much great feedback tonight, last week, on election night, from Evanstonians of all wards, ages, and backgrounds, supporting a positive and uplifting vision for our city's future through the comprehensive plan. Changes that can address the community's most urgent and important needs. Smaller minimum lot sizes, removing parking requirements near rail stations, investing in bike, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure to wean us away from car dependency, providing increased housing options and supply. I'm looking forward to the progress that we can make here tonight to advance these important commitments so we can soon begin what will be the even more critical work of starting to then turn this vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Corey King, who will be followed by Paul Breslin, and then Kira Kelly.
Good evening, all. Corey King, 2nd Ward. First, I want to thank Council members Rodgers, Hedekares, and Nusma for working together on language in the housing section, particularly points H 2.1 and 2.2. These edits that they've suggested reflect what Evanston needs and provide exactly the type of clarity to guide the upcoming zoning and strategic housing plan discussions. Second, as it relates to establishing an urban design commission, while I understand the intent behind this and I value the input and support Design Evanston members have given to many projects, I believe adding another advisory commission to the housing approval process moves us in the wrong direction. While well-intentioned, this will cause further barriers for those seeking to build affordable housing, adding more delays and requiring more resources in a process that is already riddled with challenges. I encourage you to consider less stringent ways to incorporate the valuable feedback of Design Evanston without creating yet another bureaucratic hoop for property owners to jump through. And lastly, I just want to share my excitement for this plan and what it represents. While the plan before you is just the first step of many, to achieve our affordable housing goals, it is a good start. It's not a panacea for all that ails Evanston, nor is it a manifesto to destroy it. I encourage you to make this good plan even better in your discussions tonight, and in doing so, put forth the strong vision this community overwhelmingly voted for a few months ago.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Kira Kelly, and then Steve Test.
Give me a second. Paul Breslin, 1st Ward. Instead of complaining about Envision Evanston 2045, let me try to sketch a different solution. It begins with fiscal responsibility. Postpone all spending on things that aren't existentially urgent. No more huge tax breaks in exchange for IHO units. If 30% of Evanston households are paying over 30% of their income for housing, and there are, according to the 2023 census, 31,387 households, then about 9,400 households need help. Even if you built 10 big buildings like the 605 Davis proposal with 90 IHO units each, you would have just 900 IHO units, roughly 9% of the total need, or less, since households with 3 or more occupants won't fit in the studio and 1-bedroom units that comprise roughly 70% of the IHO offerings. Collect the taxes and put them to work. Sequester as much money as possible for permanent affordable housing that won't disappear in 30 years. Build a miniature one-city safety net to replace the one that the country has been losing since 1980 with accelerated shredding since MAGA came to Washington. If my taxes increase, I'll know it's a worthy cause. instead of buying little beans, overpaying for a lease in this building, or covering the shortfall from tax breaks for developers. Since I'm out of time. Thank you. I would welcome comment, criticism, or most importantly,
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Steve Test, and then Martha Ash.
Excuse me. Hi, good afternoon. Last week, a group of us presented 6 recent or current construction projects in Evanston. Most showed moderately priced attainable homes from $250,000 to $500,000, replaced by $1 million plus project up to $1.6 million. Question for you, once again, how would blanket deregulation of zoning for market rate developers not incentivize demolition of our most attainably priced properties? There's no evidence that deregulating zoning for developers will provide housing for all. As it stands, it's a pro-gentrification agenda. For this reason, at the barest minimum, please keep the wording preserve in the preserve and increase housing in this document. Second, the Land Use Commission held 12 hearings over 6 months to review and deliberate Envision Evanston Comprehensive Plan. These sessions included detailed line-by-line revisions from November to May, with commissioners logging over 40 hours of discussion during that time. And at the request of the mayor and an Envision Evanston marketing campaign calling on residents to participate, each meeting brought full chambers packed with probably in total hundreds of residents weighing in, often experts in related fields bringing specific data to the very points you are deliberating tonight. The LUC carefully deliberated every line you're reading, informed by residents on both sides and best practices of a comprehensive plan. Even with new installation of LUC members and removal of others, compromise language was long debated and approved. So please preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing option. This was a hard-fought compromise. I have much more to say, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Test, who will be followed by Martha Ash, and then Fred Ash.
Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. Option 4 in the housing policy H2.1, which is the single dark heart of this whole thing. All of this is fluff to ram that particular item through. Should not be called, option 4 should not be called the original language. It is the radical language in the first draft from November that was soundly rejected by the Land Use Commission 6 months ago. Why isn't the LUC language preserve and increase housing options, or whatever it is that it said, which was left intact by 5 of you? It was favored, a minority of you want to change that. So why isn't the LUC language left in by a majority of council members the first option as presented by staff? Who is in charge here? Is the staff in charge? Are you guys happy being puppets of the staff? The staff has an agenda. They've shown it for years now. It started with the original rollout of the comprehensive plan. They are clearly pushing their own agenda. They've been captured by special interests, as some of you have, and developers. The option that should stay in this plan, policy H2.1, should be the language that was generated by the Land Use Commission. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Martha Ash, who will be followed by Fred Ash and then Jeff Barini.
Hello, my name is Martha Ash, and I'm in the 3rd Ward. And I also wanted to discuss this preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices, these various options. I think theoretically they sound wonderful, they sound noble, they sound great. If you look at the language, though, 3 of these options say by right. And by right means you basically are giving rights to the developers. You're giving rights to you're giving your rights to the developers to build without any community review or input. So 3 of these options for me are totally unacceptable based on the language of by right. I would never sign a contract that had by right on it where somebody else had my rights and not my best interests at heart. I'm sorry, I don't necessarily trust developers. Donald Trump is a developer. No constraints or limits is a big problem. We are talking about having no constraints or limits for single family dwellings in our community. Again, once you say there's no constraints or no limits, you're putting yourself in a position where you're advocating your power, your rights, and your vote to people that may not have your best interests at heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fred Ash, who will be followed by Jeff Barini, and then Virginia Mann.
I've been a 40-year resident of Evanston, and for 30 of the years, I was a senior municipal financial analyst for a major bank in the area. And I want to talk a little bit about the financial implications of the zoning that's being talked about. We all know that Evanston has a really stellar bond rating, and you may think that that means that we're in really sound financial condition and we have good controls and fine operations. That's not really the case. That's a minor part of the bond rating. Most of the bond rating looks at the ability of taxpayers to pay property taxes. If things really hit the fan, the bondholders want to know that you can bleed or hammer the payments for making the bonds out of the tax base. Now, in the zoning, we're seeing, you would think that we're adding a lot of units, but that would increase our assessed valuation. History, unfortunately, shows that that is usually not the case. There are a number of examples historically that you may be familiar with. Uptown, Edgewater, Woodlawn were all areas, lakefront areas with strong institutions, good education systems, and fabulous housing. But they were split up into lodging facilities, rooming houses, SROs, and look where they are today. I don't want to see Evanston made into an area like that, and there's a high probability that that will occur. I love Evanston, I hope you do too.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Barini, who will be followed by Virginia Mann, and then Andrea Liss.
Good evening, members. Jeff Barini, 2nd Ward. I ask that you not eliminate parking minimums at this time. I know the aim is to reduce and eliminate the need for cars. That's certainly a worthy, needed goal and certainly consistent with all of our CARP activities. However, elimination will create chaos, at least in the neighborhoods near those buildings where they are eliminated. And some think that's okay, and even the point that it will make parking so painful that it'll be a disincentive to people owning cars. But chaos is not good governance, and we know that certainly from Washington. So let's not create more of that. We're working on a comprehensive plan. Let's plan a city where cars are not necessary and then incentivize residents into giving up their cars. And one other item to address. If new buildings go in with no parking, they're not required to have handicap parking spaces in them. So if you need an accessible vehicle, you're out of luck in those buildings. If they only provide a few spaces, as the owner of an accessible vehicle for my son, I can assure you that they will be filled with people just parking for just a minute while they drop things off in the building because they don't have a parking space in the building. So maybe that's something to address as you get into the details of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, who will be followed by Andrea Liss, and then Mary Rosinski.
I'm Virginia Mann. I live in the 6th Ward, where I moved to from Chicago nearly 30 years ago. Envision Evanston 2045 is an ill-conceived, poorly managed, and staff-driven attempt to change the character of our community. It doesn't benefit us residents. It benefits politicians seeking to expand their base, developers seeking to expand their profits, and special interest groups seeking to expand their influence. People buy single-family homes for space and privacy. For most, it's their largest investment and the foundation of their ability to achieve financial stability. They also buy single-family homes because they seek a sense of community and a stable community. As the gentleman a couple speakers ago pointed out, many areas in Chicago, including Uptown, which is right next to where I grew up in Ravenswood, changed dramatically because the city adopted programs like you're considering today, which took away large tracts of single-family housing and allowed multi-unit buildings to be there. We don't want that here in Evanston. The United States began with the Declaration of Independence that calls for us to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For many, that pursuit of happiness includes an American dream of owning a single-family home with a backyard and a front yard and neighbors you know, a community that you're proud to invest in. Opening the door for others doesn't have to come at the expense of single-family communities.
Thank you very much.
It doesn't have to come at the expense of small business, and it doesn't have to
thank you
come
very
at the
much.
expense of a reasonable downtown. I urge you to pause
Thank you
this
very
and
much.
take a
The
more
next speaker
reasoned,
is Andrea
collaborative
Liz,
approach
who will be followed
to
by
this
Mary
plan.
Rosinski,
Thank you.
and then John Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Liss, and I live in the 3rd Ward. I moved to Evanston when I was 22 to attend grad school, and I've lived here for 43 years, 40 of them in the 3rd Ward. I lived in a rented apartment for most of that time, and then finally in a condo. I have a business in the 4th Ward. I plan to age in place here. Evanston is the core of my life. How is it that I and others like me are being called names for caring about Evanston, loving it, supporting it, patronizing its local businesses, building a life, and being a part of the community? For all of its challenges, this is a wonderful place to live, and I am very proud to be an Evanstonian. And yet, we are being called NIMBYs, old, racist, and for what? Name-calling, virtue signaling, dismissing some residents as if we are the enemy of the future. Someone said we will be dead by 2045. I've listened to people with experience in housing, zoning, and real estate, and they have valuable input about how to achieve sustainable, affordable housing. Do you think these people are not telling the truth? Why are their ideas not being incorporated into the master plan along with input from others? You have affordable housing experts who have devoted their lives to this. You have real estate pros showing you what the market is doing with new construction and where prices will go in the future with teardowns, displacement, and gentrification. I urge you to find a middle ground, demonstrate vision and leadership, listen, find compromise, and protect Evanston so that its heart and soul remain with you.
The next
when you're
speaker
done.
is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by John Kennedy, and then Noah Finkelstein. I'm not sure I see Ms. Rosinski here. In that case, the next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Noah Finkelstein, and then Gabrielle Aguilar.
Good evening, Council. I am John Kennedy. I live in the 3rd Ward, but tonight I am speaking as the president of the Southeast Evanston Association. I want to make 2 points. One, we adamantly oppose language in the plan that opens the door to wholesale upzoning of Evanston, not only because of the potential impact on Southeast Evanston, but the language would encourage developers to build market-rate homes, which would accelerate the gentrification of Evanston. On your agenda tonight are suggested changes to the chapter on housing, specifically Policy H2.1. That relates to increasing housing supply and housing choices. The proposed language presented as options 1, 2, and 4 would open the door to upzoning across the city. We strongly support going back to the language that your land use commission decided on after hours of discussion and public comment, to wit, preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices. My second comment is this. If the council was serious about addressing the need for more affordable housing, there needs to be more focus on actually creating good, inexpensive housing on the half a dozen vacant land parcels that we currently own. To this end, we support Councilmember Burns' suggestion on actively making use of the community land trusts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Noah Finkelstein, who will be followed by Gabrielle Aguilar and then Brian Hansen.
Thank you all. I've been here a few times. I've heard similar people say the same things on both sides of this. There was an election. We chose this council. We gave you a mandate. And I think I'm speaking specifically now to the people who I generally think support the current Envision 2045 plan. There's a lot of process. This is a housing crisis. Like we are living in a society with many crises. I know there's like a desire for like procedure and all of that. I respect it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But go a little faster. And this has been going on for a really long time, like years. I just want this to move forward a little faster. I also want to make a point of, and I'm not going to make that point. Just move things forward a little quicker, especially to the people who support this and want this to happen. Like, we've been doing this for so long. Speed it up.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gabrielle Aguilar, who will be followed by Brian Hansen and then Kyler Roberts.
Hello, everyone. There is a conflict at the southwest corner of Dempster and Dodge. And when I envision Evanston, Popeyes being there is not what I have in mind. The cancer-feeding, diabetes-promoting, unhealthy grease trap is not what the community deserves. We need healthy choices. Four Sons, my business at the corner of Main and Dodge, is the resolution to that problem. Right now, we have a qualified investor who would purchase the building and resell it to us. This investor has the finance to do that. They already own half the block. The community would benefit from it. We would pay our property taxes and our sales taxes, so this is not a nonprofit entity at all. My call to action right now is to get the community rallied around saying no to Popeyes being at this corner because they are applying for a Type 1 license, and we need zoning to deny that to them because, as you know, you do not go to Popeyes, sit down, and wait for a waiter to come and take your order. So there's no way that you should tell them or accept that application when you know that that is a bold-faced lie. I appeal to Chrissy Harris to understand that Four Sons and our project there would be a food hall, which would allow multiple food choices that are healthy, that people could come in, sit down, meet with people, and have healthy, wholesome food, different types of food, and not another grease trap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Hansen, who will be followed by Kyler Roberts and then Emily Davis.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Hansen, a 24-year resident of the 6th Ward and single-family homeowner. And I'm here to support the comprehensive plan and also amendments that call for increasing housing supply in Evanston. Specifically, on the much-discussed item H2.1, I support option 2, which would allow multi-unit housing by right in residential districts and expand density options in mixed-use downtown districts. I also tonight want to comment on the nature of the debate we've had over the last several months. I've listened closely to those who take a different position from mine, who have argued against increasing housing supply. And while I genuinely appreciate their recognition of our problems with affordability, I've heard, unfortunately, too few concrete alternative policy proposals to achieve it. Instead, many arguments have either opposed the approach taken in this plan or simply argued to delay or derail the plan completely. Most calls have been to preserve restrictive zoning and housing policies that we currently have and which have locked Evanston's housing supply in amber, unable to grow and change while demand and costs continue to rise all around us. And in an attractive high-demand cities like ours, without more supply, affordability problems can only worsen. It's just simple economics of supply and demand, from eggs to cars to housing. I encourage us to focus on how to best move forward with practical, values-driven policies that expand housing options, especially for the missing middle, and reflect community interests and values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kyler Roberts, who will be followed by Emily Davis and then Tricia Connolly.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Council members, and Clerk Mendoza. My name is Kyler Roberts, and I'm a homeowner in the 3rd Ward. I moved here 25 years ago to attend grad school at Northwestern and fell in love with Evanston. As a cartoonist, I've written 10 books centered on living and raising a child here. My husband and I chose to send our daughter to King Arts for K through 8 because it brings together children from across the city with a more diverse mix of backgrounds than available at our district school. I wish that our whole city had this kind of diverse blend in its neighborhoods. Wealth shouldn't determine who gets to live in certain locations. I encourage you to support allowing multi-unit housing by right through the city. Allowing a mix of housing types will help build a more equitable, diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emily Davis, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Cecile McHugh.
Hi, my name is Emily Davis, and this is my first time ever speaking at a city council meeting. I've lived in Evanston nearly half my life, first as an undergraduate at Northwestern, and then I moved back here to raise our children and send them to our wonderful public schools. Oh, I live in the 6th Ward, in a single-family home on a street where there is virtually no turnover in homes. It took us a very long time to even find a home because people don't move even after their kids go to school or go off to college. I am firmly in support of zoning reform in Envision Evanston. I support Amendment H2.1, increase Evanston's housing choices by allowing multi-unit housing by right, et cetera. And I urge you to prove to the world that we are a deep blue city that works. We have solutions that work. We have a vision. We had one of the first reparations, if not the first reparations programs in the country. I was part of the PTA Equity Project, PEP, which was also one of the first in the country to make PTAs more equitable. Let's prove that this can work, and let's focus on outcomes, which is increasing diverse housing supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Cecile McHugh and then Leslie Grayson.
Good evening, Tricia Connolly, 2nd Ward. Since tonight's meeting is regarding Envision Evanston, I'll start there. Seems the Land Use Commission left out a key feature of the 2nd Ward on page 34. They failed to mention that there is a concentration of fast food in the Dempster-Dodge corridor in the 2nd Ward. So are we saying fast food is not one of the things that make the 2nd Ward attractive? I've been hearing some say, well, yeah, that's where all the fast food is. It's car-centric and there's traffic, so of course Popeyes should be there. So this is why we should all throw up our hands and say, oh, okay, we're in the 2nd Ward, the fast food capital of Evanston, and just deal with it? I've lived most of my 25 years in Evanston in the 2nd Ward. I love and care for the area as everyone does in their place they call home. My neighborhood, along with a few other neighborhoods in the 2nd Ward, are CDBG target areas. That equals up to 51% of the residents are low or moderate income. Are we saying folks aren't deserving of dreaming and getting something better and being supported for it? It is surprising to me that a lot is said about health disparities, thriving environment, healthy buildings, tree canopy, and small local business and reparations. But to entertain anything other than a Popeyes at Dempster Dodge is inconceivable for our community.
Thank you very much.
My question is, so envisioning Evanston, what does that mean and when does it start? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Cecile McHugh, who will be followed by Leslie Grayson and then Mary Rosinski.
Good evening.
Discussion item 2B for page 12 concerns dissenting views on expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range of housing needs. The two options incompletely communicate the opinion of those opposed to blanket expansion and diversification of housing options. Option 2 reads, those in support are in support of expanding and diversifying housing options to address affordability and access, while others express concern that such changes could alter the physical scale or existing development patterns in their neighborhoods. Option 2 should read, others express concern that such changes would alter the physical scale or existing development patterns in their neighborhoods while not having the intended effect of addressing affordability and access due to gentrification. Similarly for option 1, please append, without having the intended effect of increasing affordability due to gentrification. I also want to talk about eliminating parking minimums. That would reduce accessibility, and a huge percentage of seniors require accessibility in addition to those who did earlier in their lives. I've cared for both my parents with limited mobility in the last year of their lives, and having real accessible parking on site, not down the block, is critical to getting those with limited mobility in and out of their residences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie Grayson, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leslie Grayson. I live in the 6th Ward with my family, my 2 teenage kids, assorted pets. I just want to voice my support for multifamily housing throughout Evanston. And when we talk about this, we use a lot of words like upzoning and density, but what we're really talking about is homes. And homes, as we all know, is where our kids grow up and where we hopefully get old. And everything in our lives is centered around our homes. And this discussion is also about values and what kind of values we really want to live by in Evanston. We talk a lot about diversity. We talk a lot about being inclusive. And now is the time that we can really do that, especially in a moment where we're just being inundated by division and exclusion of so many people at so many levels. And right now, we in Evanston have a unique opportunity to come together and include, because more homes mean more neighbors, and more neighbors means more Evanston awesomeness. So I hope that you all will support multifamily homes in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski.
Thank you very much, and sorry I was late for the first call. I'm here for 2 reasons. 1, to give you some real data on what the cost of housing in this city is, and 2, to possibly offer 2 or 3 suggestions so that we might start getting to a place of agreement instead of polarizing and name-calling. First of all, I would hope that when we're going through this more, we will have zoning maps up on the boards so that people can see what we're talking about. I hear a lot about the diversity of housing. I've been a North Shore real estate agent for 45 years, and I can tell you we are the most diverse housing outside of Chicago within the area. And you can't throw a stone a couple blocks without hitting a non-conforming use. So my first suggestion is make every non-conforming use a legacy use building. I happen to live in a 2-flat in an R1 zoning. I don't think we have to change the R1 zoning, but I think we could keep all the 2-flats and townhouses in the R1s as legal, and they can be rebuilt. It helps with financing. Second of all, we need to be really talking about land trust, where the city is donating the land, we're getting a nonprofit builder in there, and it's being managed by a nonprofit local organization, workforce housing, like they do in Oak Park. And I encourage everyone to look at the 801. It's a workforce housing that the Oak Park community did with the community builders. We can have affordable housing, but we don't know how much we want. I'm just going to say I have data for anyone anyone who wants, that'll show you that the housing over the last 5 years, the rentals that were older than 10 years were about 1,800 average, and the new construction in the
Thank you
last
very
10 years
much.
is 2,700, and the double
Thank you
is
very
true for
much.
building.
Thank you very much. This concludes the list of people who signed up in person to speak in person. So we'll now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Galen Burghardt, who'll be followed by Dominic Vaz, and then Nathaniel Al-Najjar.
Hello, I'm Galen Burkhart, 9th Ward, 30-plus year resident of Evanston. On a first quick notice or a thing, east-west bike lanes are important to me because it is a death trap between Dodge and McCormick. I know if I ever don't make it home from work, it's going to be riding on Oakton. Also, then on the housing, restrictive zoning hurts Evanston's future and goes against our shared values. Shops in neighborhoods make walkable neighborhoods. Restaurants in neighborhoods make walkable neighborhoods. Density leads to affordability. Density is more environmentally friendly. Density, affordability, variety in housing leads to youth. I am 40 years old and I feel like a young person everywhere I go. That's not how it should be. That's not how it was when I was a kid here. More variety leads to youth, walkability, transit options, more bike-friendly place, more like, don't want to get crazy, but yellow line stops would be great. When we plan around cars, there are places that do that. We're not Niles, we're not Glenview. I don't think we should act like we're Niles or Glenview. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dominic Vaz, who will be followed by Nathaniel Al-Najjar.
Hey, everyone. Thanks all for your great work. I'm going to do something very ill-advised and read some conclusions of academic articles about this subject. Terrible public comment. So I'm here representing Open Communities. We're a 50-plus-year-old civil rights organization based in the North Shore. I think a lot of you know who we are. Just as a quick note, we emphatically support the edit for H2.1 to option 2. Just underscore and co-sign everything that the previous speaker said before me. And I just want to bring a little bit of like empiricism here. There is a lot of data about folks who have done this around the country to make more abundant housing options. So quickly, a study by Mercatus, which is sort of like a libertarian-leaning think tank, so let's start there, showed that multifamily zoning in the Twin Cities region is associated with a 21% increase in the non-white population share. Okay, so that's kind of like libertarian, maybe right-leaning think tank. So let's go to Harvard. A Harvard study of the greater Boston area showed a significantly higher proportion of black and brown families in multifamily zones and concluded strict density regulations have an exclusionary impact on minority populations. So sort of down the center, Upjohn Institute found that new housing lowers nearby rents compared to trend, so decreasing the increase in rents by 5 to 7%. NYU, same thing. Journal of Urban Economics, same thing. UCLA, meta-analysis, same thing. So I'd be happy to provide sort of this academic literature, and Open Communities looks forward to summarizing this for the community soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nathaniel Al-Najjar.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Nathaniel. I live in the 3rd Ward. I don't own a car, and whenever I travel the country, I'm reminded of how rare and valuable that is. I live in a building in the Main Street area that enables me to live that way. And I'm here to say that, if we value our urban-suburban mix that makes us so unique, I think we should make sure that, restrictive impediments to develop along the backbone of the rail lines, to develop biking and strong biking and pedestrian infrastructure that allows people to complete that last mile safely is, I think something that we should all support. I urge you to improve and adopt the plan to focus on transit-oriented development without overly restrictive parking minimums that can impede housing stock at its natural locations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the in-person portion. Is there anybody who tried to sign up in any way to speak in person who I missed? Excellent. We now move to the online portion of this evening's public comment, which will begin with Michelle Klebeck, followed by John Story Williamson, and then Corey Nybarger. Sorry.
Hi, yes, this is Michelle Klebeck, First Ward. I wanted to start by addressing the selective inclusion of councilmember comments in the discussion items. Council members were asked to submit feedback on the draft, and it was understood that those comments would be brought forward for discussion. Instead, we've seen a subset included without any advanced communication about the criteria for inclusion, and that lack of transparency is frustrating and undermines the good faith effort that many council members made in reviewing the document. Regarding the housing language, ultimately, we need to find a clear path forward before we are beginning any zoning work. But the fact remains that we still don't have the strategic housing plan. Many people push for the strategic housing plan to be completed first, and it's my understanding that it's nearly finished. The plan could give us the clarity we need on the housing types and the amounts of housing that we actually need. Instead, we spent a disproportionate amount of time arguing about one of the most divisive parts of the plan, converting single-family homes into multi-units. There are so many other tools and strategies available to address housing needs and so many other types of housing, but yet we've lost all of this time getting stuck in the most controversial pieces. If we are voting tonight on housing policies without the strategic housing plan first, I would recommend keeping the language broad for item H2.1. I would support keeping the language that the Land Use Commission voted on, preserve and increase diverse housing choices. This language reflects a genuine compromise, something that everyone can live with, not something that's dictated by a narrow majority. It's also broad enough to leave room for refinement later when we get our housing data in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Story Williamson, who will be followed by Corey Nybarger and then Jeff Smith.
Good evening. My name is John Story Williamson, and I am a native and lifelong Third Ward resident. My family has deep roots in this community. My father moved here in 1970 to attend Northwestern University, and after both my parents graduated from medical school, they settled in the Fifth Ward. They later purchased the medical practice of Dr. Warren Spencer, the husband of Evanston's first Black female alderman, Mame Spencer. As a property manager and real estate broker, I take great pride in calling Evanston my home. That pride makes it deeply frustrating to watch as our diverse, sought-after single-family neighborhoods and historic preservation protections come under attack in the Envision Evanston 2045 plan. As a late millennial and a Black Evanstonian, I am not only appalled by unfair criticisms of concerned residents, but also alarmed about the direction of our city. While I understand concerns about housing affordability, Evanston is already ahead of the curve. Nearly 20% of our housing stock is affordable, exceeding the AHPAA mandate. So how does zoning deregulation and more density solve this issue? It won't. It will increase developer incentive, push out lower income residents, and create unaffordable housing in our neighborhoods. I want to make one thing clear. People of all races aspire to and live in Evanston's single-family neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are home to families, longtime residents, and newcomers from all backgrounds. The push to preserve our neighborhoods is about maintaining the diverse, inclusive community we all cherish, not about exclusion.
The next speaker is Corey Nybarger, who will be followed by Jeff Smith and then Judy Lubin.
Good evening. My name is Corey Nybarger, and I'm a Third Ward resident who moved to Evanston in 2020 from a Lakeview apartment in Chicago. Since moving here, I've truly appreciated the character of our predominantly single-family neighborhood, which offers the ideal level of density for both privacy and community. I have significant concerns about the direction of Envision Evanston 2045 plan, particularly with regard to the potential destruction of single-family neighborhoods and the risk of multifamily developments on adjacent parcels. Increased density does not automatically translate into affordability, and I firmly believe that zoning protections are essential to maintaining the desirability and charm of our neighborhoods. Historical preservation is also of great importance to me. Evanston's architecture is not only beautiful, but also a critical part of understanding our heritage. Many of our buildings are irreplaceable, and I strongly support efforts to protect them for future generations. Another pressing concern is the issue of congestion and parking. I strongly disagree with the proposed elimination of parking minimums, especially without a clear policy in place to address overnight street parking. We need to ensure that residents can access parking without overcrowding the streets, which has already become a challenge in our neighborhood. Lastly, I urge the City Council to reject any edits to the plan that fail to protect Evanston's unique inner ring suburban character. We must preserve what makes Evanston special, ensuring it remains a place where residents and future generations can thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Judy Lubin and then Carl Klein.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Smith, and I've got 40 years experience in land use. I'd like to urge this council to keep the LEC language from H 2.1 for 3 reasons. First, I've recently read all 2,200 original survey responses from the survey that the city put out, and it doesn't support the what we heard section saying that increasing, quote, housing choices, housing options was the main takeaway. Those phrases, housing supply, housing options, housing choices, housing diversity, are almost not used at all by any of the open-ended comment responders. Second, you shouldn't be using a plan to zone through the back door. Zoning is supposed to be through a hearing. It's supposed to be a matter of testimony, evidence, cross-examination. A plan should be kept general and should be kept guidelines for very good due process and fairness reasons to the community. And the third reason is that mandating taking away the option of a single-family home neighborhood actually reduces housing diversity and reduces housing choice. It reduces the option to choose in Evanston what is the most popular housing choice in America if people had their way. So honor what people said, don't use this plan to zone, and keep the choice of what's already an endangered species in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Judy Lubin, who will be followed by Carl Klein and then Greg Hummel.
Hi, this is Judy Lubin. I'm a homeowner in the First Ward. I appreciate the city's extensive effort to gather public input during the Envision Evanston planning phase. However, I am left with the same concerns of a previous caller that we are stuck on the most contentious issues and doing little more than venting about them. Expressing perspectives is not the same as problem solving. The most contentious issues we face, the ones that keep coming up, including tensions near Northwestern or between residents and developers over affordable housing, stem not just from differing perspectives, but from inherent structural tensions common in many communities. From my experience attending the International Town Gown Association conference at the request of the NU City Committee, it's clear that tensions similar to those we face in areas close to Northwestern are universal in college towns. Similarly, the housing relating tensions that we've heard about tonight aren't unique to Evanston. My experience as a leadership expert and also leadership research shows that the most effective way to address structural tensions is to name them openly and create processes focused on collaborative win-win solutions. I strongly urge the Envision Evanston plan to include sections that explicitly acknowledge specific structural tensions and commit to ongoing processes for addressing them. This goes beyond collecting comments. It requires structured collaboration, like working groups with representatives from all sides. Northwestern professor Matt Easterday, who specializes in such processes, will be meeting soon with a group of residents, city staff, and NU officials who attended the Town Gown conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carl Klein, who will be followed by Greg Hummel.
Good evening. This is Carl Klein, Chair of the Preservation Commission. Historic preservation plays a key role in Evanston's future by maintaining the cultural, architectural, and historical resources that establish a sense of place and contribute to our community's unique identity. Leveraging preservation as a foundational land use tool allows us to successfully balance and implement the city's long-term economic development, housing, sustainability, and cultural enrichment goals. By weaving historic preservation into the fabric of our future planning, Evanston can promote new housing development and revitalization projects while simultaneously maintaining its identity and collective memory of place for generations to come. An effective 21st century preservation program lives at the intersection of affordability, economic vitality, sustainability, and celebration of our diverse places, people, and stories. In order to implement the actions needed to evolve, advance, and expand the preservation program over the next 2 decades, a logical, transparent, and effective framework that keeps pace with residents' evolving needs is necessary. I am requesting that you have a full discussion on the preservation chapter tonight and ultimately vote to not approve the proposals to delete policies from the preservation chapter. These policies provide Evanston with an opportunity to not just follow historic preservation best practices, but to lead in their discovery and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Greg Hummel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I think the emphasis needs to be on understanding the financial underpinnings of the goals that you seek. You're using a comprehensive plan to affect zoning change, and I think that's wrong. Let's look at sources and uses of funds to achieve the things that you're after. Then you also need to inventory the land available to do that and establish corridors and apply learning related to the use of those corridors and the financial resources that we've identified. The lack of the strategic housing plan is absolutely critical. That's the first place to start. And then, as Jeff Smith said and others have said in recent comments, there are resources within Evanston that are the envy of, frankly, the country, if not the world. Use that talent. Arcadis, which is the second largest design firm in the world, has the ability to inventory every vacant site in town, and they do it for free as a pro bono effort. I work with those people. There are ways to make this a whole lot easier and also build consensus around your worthy goals as it relates to housing diversification in a town I've called home for 50 years, and I've raised my family, and I've seen my grandchildren grow up here. Don't miss the opportunity to be absolutely brilliant at what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for the evening. Councilmember Burns has communicated that he'll be participating online this evening due to an allowable reason. Is there a motion to permit that remote participation?
So moved. I'll second.
Councilmember Newsman moves to permit Councilmember Burns remote participation due to an allowable reason. Councilmember Hedekati seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And for the rest of the evening, Councilmember Burns will be on the roll participating remotely. Just as a reminder about how this works, that requires that every vote be a roll call vote, that there be no voice votes for the rest of the evening. Is there a motion to begin the discussion on item A?
I will move discussion of item A.
I'll second.
Councilmember Hedekadis moves discussion of the Envision Evanston 2045 draft comprehensive plan. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. I believe we have a presentation from staff.
Hello, welcome back, Council and Mayor Biss. We are here to revisit Envision Evanston 2045. We're losing track of the rounds, but we're excited to dig in tonight to our discussion items. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of our timeline, how we got here. We kicked everything off on June 24th. Moving forward, we had asked for all those written submissions by July 3rd. It granted an extension at the request of council to July 7th. Last week, we first dug into those meaty items. We passed all of our consent agenda items, some with revisions, and now we're continuing this analysis and conversation with our items for discussion. And the goal of this is to come back on August 18th with, if you will, a pretty version of this plan so that we can really do the deep dive and see how everything would look in its finalized, formal state. So to look at what our goal is for this evening, we are super grateful and excited that we got through our consent agenda last week. So today we ask that you review and vote to approve or reject some of the policy language in the discussion items list. And then we'll go ahead and bring back that formatted draft for your review. Again, we already reviewed those consent items last week, so thank you again for your work on that. And then today we are focused on items for discussion, so we welcome questions and conversation at the dais as well.
Thank you very much. So we are now going to move through the items for discussion. They're on the screen, which is, quality of vision. Depending on one's quality of vision, that's a helpful thing. I'm also following along in the packet where what we begin, the chapter 2, what we heard, options begin on page 6 of the whole packet, which is page 4 of the relevant portion. I'm going to ask that council members be focused on the items before us and efficient and compact in their choice of how to conduct discussion, because I think it's really important that we devote time to the full effort and not kind of front load all of our energy on the very, very beginning of this. So there's 3 lights already. So I'm going to call on the 3 individuals, and then we're going to move on to the item on the screen before us. Councilmember Kelly, Rodgers, and Hedekaris.
So I know a few residents mentioned concerns. Just to fully understand, I just think for transparency, so we understand how, when staff went through, I think it should be in the memo too, would have been helpful, as you went through all of the input from the council members. What was the criteria that you decided to select, items from the different council members? If someone could just explain that to the residents and to myself. I know some of us felt we had, so it's just to say that had I known, and I think other council members known, that the plan was, it repeated twice, which isn't in any way a consensus, that would then appear on the consent agenda. I know some council members talked and seemed to have a clue that was going on, and so they had some documents that appeared pretty similar. I mean, I probably would have repeated some of the items maybe that Councilmember Rodgers had written that I agreed with to ensure that it got on there. So if you could explain. Thank you.
Sure. So thank you for that question. As I reiterated with Councilmember Davis last week in asking this question, some items were not appropriate in scope for a comprehensive plan. Others were inaccurate on a factual basis. Some were just comments. Some were questions. As you'll see on the items that were not included, there's a variety of different reasons. So that would be there for you as well. In regards to having 2 voices be the qualifying measure to be on the consent or items for discussion agendas, that is actually not the qualifier. This was just saying that 90% of the items that were on there did receive at least 2 folks suggesting them. That, however, was not a qualifier to have that in that list. It was just merely a pattern with many of those items. So even if there were 5 folks that had suggested something that was wholly off base, that wouldn't be included for discussion.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, originally, and I know there's been a lot of concern about the whole process because we voted to have an RFP. That was one thing we did vote on that somehow got dismissed and changed. But given that there was supposed to be a steering committee too, made up of representatives from many BCCs, that never materialized either, even though the Land Use Commission voted on a chair. that steering committee would have been representatives from Evanston who have dedicated time on the various boards, committees, and commissions that would have been doing basically what we're asked to do now. So I would ask, if there were things on there as council members now, tasked with the responsibility of really trying to represent our residents as best we can, given that we don't have a consulting team, given that we didn't have a steering committee for whatever reasons unknown to us. If we put something on there that you felt wasn't quite right, it seems to me most appropriate would have been to reach out to the council member and say, hey, I think you want to say this. Let me help you get that in there. It feels like, it does feel, I have to say, very censored in terms of the way things appeared on here. So anyway, I just want to say that I know that many residents are concerned. And while I'm here, is this section on the buffer zones transition in here? I see the one part about the housing in Northwestern, but because I did submit that a while ago. And it probably is, and it's probably me.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Tonight, if there's anything on the items not included list that council would like to discuss, you're welcome to make a motion on those items. Staff tried to do our best to incorporate as much feedback as we could to focus the conversation to get the most out of these discussions here at council. But if there are items that were not included on the discussion list, once you get through it, please make a motion and let your fellow colleagues decide whether or not to incorporate it into the change. All comments that were provided via the Google Docs are included in the packet this evening. And as it relates to the question about the transition zone, I believe the NU City Committee recommendations are in the packet.
Okay.
If there's something missing, again, you're welcome to make a motion to incorporate that.
I just thought maybe I didn't find, if someone knows what page that is. I saw the housing section. I know I submitted the transition zone well before that. So it's probably in here. Anyway, just looking for an assistant finding that.
I believe it's on it's the NU City Committee recommendations start on page 67 of the PDF of the packet. I can go through and find which item you're referring to, if that would be helpful.
Okay, great. Just the section on the buffer zones. Thank you.
Councilmember Rodgers, followed by Hedekadis.
Thank you. That was going to be one of my questions. I'm a little alarmed that when we raise questions, we're not allowed to discuss those questions, that those were just kind of cut out. Because I know I put a lot of comment questions in there, and it would have been helpful to be able to discuss those.
Absolutely, you're welcome to discuss them once we get through the discussion items that are listed in the packet. We're happy to respond to questions that council have. It's just there was not usable language related to those questions, so that's part of why they weren't included for motions by council.
We also did include language, though, that was very vague about we're going to add a paragraph about something. So it does feel a little odd that we're talking about one, not the other.
Again, I encourage you to propose motions of things that you want to discuss this evening.
Great. Also, I think it would have been very beneficial for us to have seen that stuff beforehand, because I've had conversations with council members afterwards about some of these issues. And so I know that's not the way we did it, but here we are. And then my final thing is I want to make sure that the vision statement is included in our conversation this evening. And so that is part of what we're looking at and discussing.
There is a slide after we get through the discussion items and then the additional requests that council made to talk and focus on the vision statement based on your last meeting recommendation.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
I just had a comment on chapter 2, the first.
So this is actually, there are other lights. Let's move to but on the contrary, let's move to the agenda of the evening. So why don't you go ahead with, is it a motion relative to this slide?
Yes, I was going to start things off and make the motion for option 3. I think, if I remember correctly, that was my language. I think it's very important that we name all the things and all the people that we're trying to have, that we're working towards helping in this plan. So I thought it was really important to have call out socioeconomic status, and also to say that we're hoping to continue to have a community where people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds can afford to live.
I'll second.
Was that a motion? I'll second that if that was a motion.
Councilmember Hedekadis moves that we go with option 3. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councilmember Nusma.
if Councilmember Harris would entertain a friendly amendment acknowledging that we might not necessarily currently be thriving and inclusive for everybody. Just a language change to make it read, we aim to make Evanston a thriving and inclusive community.
I think that's good. I accept that.
All right, so the friendly amendment is to change option 3 as follows. I want feedback from staff on whether there's absolute crystal clarity on the very precise words, punctuation marks, spacing, pagination, and font of this before I allow it without, tone of the paper upon which it's printed as well. With Envision Evanston 2045, we aim to make Evanston a thriving and inclusive community for people of all ages, abilities, socioeconomic statuses, and racial and ethnic backgrounds to live, work, and play. Is that correct, Councilmember Nusma?
Yes.
Is that totally clear, staff?
Crystal.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly, I saw a light. Did you want to speak to that? No. Is there further discussion on this? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the slightly amended option 3 is to be incorporated in the full comprehensive plan. Now we find ourselves on item 2B. Is there a motion relative to this item?
I'd like to keep it as is,
Okay.
and therefore will not be making a
Right.
motion.
Okay. So it looks like there's no motion on item 2B. So may we move ahead then to item 2C? Councilmember Kelly.
I'm sorry, I would just like a little more time on each one. So
So we're back on item 2B?
2B.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I don't know that either of those options are appropriate. I mean, I think I would rather see it while others spoke. Let's see. I just want to say also, I mean, this is, for those of you going along with the clear intended agenda here, it's easy for those council members, but for those of us who are, really trying hard to make sure residents' voices are here, there's so many different documents. I think this should read, so you
And
want to...
I think it's really important that we all just treat each other with assumptions of good faith. I think everybody up here is trying to ensure that the residents' voices are heard and that the well-being of the community is achieved. Not everyone agrees on how to do that. And so I would just say that I know that you don't necessarily agree with everyone about the best way to move forward, and I respect that, but I would just ask you not to accuse those who disagree with you about the best way forward of not respecting the residents' point of view.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
So, we just said, Jonathan, you moved to keep the language as is, right, for 2B on page 12? Is that right?
He didn't make a motion because to keep it as is doesn't require a motion, but you're of course welcome to make a motion to do one of the other options.
So I don't like either option. I would rather say, and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range, while others spoke in favor of increasing affordable housing while maintaining, while maintaining existing diversity of housing.
Can you say that one more time?
So let's see, modify sentence, say, for many attendees voice support for expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range of housing needs, while others supported increasing affordable housing while also maintaining the diversity, the existing diversity of housing.
So while others supported increasing affordable housing while maintaining what it
The diversity of housing. Evanston's diversity of housing.
So Councilmember Kelly's motion is to replace the sentence with, for example, many attendees voiced support for expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range of housing needs, while others supported increased affordable housing while maintaining Evanston's diversity of housing.
Right.
Mayor Biss, I did want to highlight that as part of one of the items of discussion last week, the council moved to no longer use the term housing diversity, but to specify what that entailed.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay. The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor?
Oh, that's okay. I guess I just wanted to make the point that I don't think many others spoke against accommodating a wide range of housing needs. And it makes it look like they spoke against that. And I don't think they spoke against that. They spoke against wanting to maintain neighborliness and adaptive reuse and many other approaches. They didn't just speak against, I think what they were speaking against was this idea that density will increase affordability. And so I take issue with this idea that others simply spoke against it. And it includes all those things like addressing the needs of our residents, which I think by and large, 95% of our residents want to do that, including I believe that all of us up here do too. So I just take issue. I did that on the fly. I apologize, but I think we need language in there that acknowledges that people didn't just speak against the idea of accommodating a wide range of housing needs.
Councilmember Sufferton.
So if we're not going to use the word diversity, is there another phrase that expresses the concept of a wide array that would be acceptable?
You could say housing affordability, housing types, housing cost, price points. It just depends on what you aim to have that phrase acknowledge.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Kelly, who's speaking for survey respondees, but it sounds like what you're trying to get at is that rather than people expressing opposition, they were expressing support for whatever term we want to use that was presented here as a possibility, housing options or various types of housing. So I don't know if you want to.
Can I interject with a question I should definitely know the answer to? Ms. Granfield, am I allowed to make motions? Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. But could you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. You still have the floor.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I believe with the 2 degrees of separation that I understand what's trying to be accomplished here, and there probably are words that'll do it. And I don't know if the lack of a second was because people don't want to explore that concept or because there was discomfort over the use of the term diversity. I do think that in a North Star document that's supposed to be largely based on consensus, having a sentence that's like, a lot of people said this was awesome, and a lot of other people disagreed, isn't probably representative of the points of view that were expressed.
So, Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than, so option 2 doesn't look bad. I think I agree with Councilmember Kelly on this. I don't think others spoke out against it properly reflects the concerns that I heard in the community. Whether I agree with them or not, I think they were much more thoughtful than that. I think option 2 is close. It does say diversifying housing options. If that's the way we described it throughout the process, throughout the community engagement process, and I think it's fine to continue using it if we are trying to, describe the point of view of people who participated in a process. If that's the language that was used then that's how we should describe it now. But I think option 2 is close. I could probably support it, but if somebody has another idea, I could get around that as well.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to call everybody's attention to the fact that what we're talking about here is the section what we heard. So what we're talking about here is not what we think we want to do, but hopefully accurately reflecting the feedback that was received through the various community engagement sessions, whether or not we agree with it. And I have to admit, I was not at every single public engagement session, so I don't know exactly what was heard. I know what public comment has been. I know what I've read in the comment section. So I just want to make sure we're not kind of overthinking this and trying to drive an agenda in this particular language. Let's, to the extent possible, synthesize, reams and reams of public comment into a sentence or two and move forward. So I can live with option 2 if folks are more comfortable with that.
I'm going to just make a motion here because I hope that what I'm going to say will sort of cut through some of the difficulty here. So I move that the relevant sentence be replaced with the following. For example, many attendees voiced support for expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range of housing needs, while many others preferred other strategies to meet those needs. Councilmember Rodgers? Yep. For example, many attendees voiced support for expanding and diversifying housing options to accommodate a wide range of housing needs, while many others preferred other strategies to meet those needs. My point is I'm trying to get away from getting in the heads of everyone who disagreed and just in a neutral way articulating that was a point of view supported by some, and other people who also want to meet the affordable housing needs of our community thought other ways of doing it were better. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
So again, I think we're reducing what others were saying to just other, whereas we're actually spelling out what some folks thought was the way to address, I will say, affordable housing.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion. The goal is to make it uncontroversial, so I'm going to back out. Go ahead.
So I still think it's insufficient, or maybe it's about just deleting this whole section. But I think the problem with how you restated is better, but I think the problem is still you're citing an example of what some residents thought, and you're saying that others just had other ideas, and I don't think that's really quite fair.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I get why this section was included, because it's important that we acknowledge that there's not a consensus on how to get to our end goals. But I personally think it's clunky the way we have it up there. I don't feel, this is not something I feel super strongly about. I'd be fine deleting it.
Is that a motion?
I don't feel strongly enough to make the motion. I know other people up here have stronger feelings about this, and I'll defer to them for now. But this is one of those things where I think it just was clunky that this was added in this way.
I just wanted to provide some context here. This specific language was added and voted on specifically by the Land Use Commission. So this is the language that they proposed and they voted on to help capture what they believe they heard during their proceedings. So just wanted to share that as context.
Councilmember Isles.
I'll make a motion to delete it. I think in any given group of Evanstonians, it's implied that some will think one thing and some will think another thing.
I'll second.
Councilmember Isles moves that we go with option 3, the deletion of the sentence. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Councilmember Sufferton.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the interest of time, let's go with what Sean said.
Will the clerk please take the roll? The motion is to go with option 3, the deletion of this sentence.
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Hadakari, sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the sentence is deleted. Now on item 2C, is there a motion? Councilmember Sufferton.
I'm going to just throw this out because I'm not sure how many more of these this is going to come up in. But again, we want a document that will withstand a 20-year time frame and that will be as close to a consensus document as possible. I would propose that we eliminate others as much as possible in this document. I think it implies an unearned presumption of a majority. So I would, and I'm not sure if it's even a motion at this point, but leaving it as is with the striking of the word others.
Say that again. I missed the. I didn't.
What we have here is fine until you get to the word others. And I know that's probably a rhetorical device that's being relied on, but if part of what we're trying to do is show consensus, and again, we need something that's going to be able to withstand 20 years, I think having the term others in there.
I do want to repeat Councilmember Newsom's point. Like, this chapter is just literally, I mean, it's called What We Heard, and it is what we heard, and what we heard was not consensus. So it's just trying to memorialize in an honest way, here's the input we got.
You could flip it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not,
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm just saying the consensus is not the goal here, just an honest, neutral, no spin on the ball, here's what we heard, is what should be the goal here.
Right, but I think, you could write this, people express opposition, others express support. I mean, I think if we're trying to have like a neutral consensus document that will stand the test of 20 years, we got to be very mindful of these things. And I don't want to spend hours and hours going through this, but having the others always be the people who want maintenance of things that are, I think, is problematic.
Council, these two sentences were also proposed and approved by the Land Use Commission, just to highlight for your knowledge.
So, Councilmember, do you want to make a motion?
I mean, I would move that we approve this with the striking of the word others. The boldface language.
I don't think that's grammatical.
I would suggest maybe replacing it while some, so we say some expressed while some expressed opposition.
Or while there was expressed opposition, something like that. I'll let somebody with a more mellifluous pen come up with it, but I mean, there's a way to do it without throwing others in there.
Second.
So, Councilmember Rodgers, do you
Share
have
my hands though.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Burns.
I think the last item and this item, in a lot of respects, go together, and so I'll kind of talk about both. I know this came from land use, so this isn't criticizing staff at all, but I think it does a poor job of trying to explain how people felt, how the others felt. Even with the other one, I think even just from public comment, what I've heard, talk to people in the community, what I've read in some of the surveys, it was like alter physical scale, like having the opposite effect of making Evanston more unaffordable, or what we heard is like we don't have enough data to make kind of long-term decisions about housing. if we're going to summarize it, let's summarize it like that. Those three things are literally the most common things that we hear in public comment and everywhere else. And so I just think if we're going to have things like this in here, we need to make a better effort of trying to summarize the points of view of what we've heard. And I don't think it would be that difficult to do it. And I honestly think there's technology that could quickly analyze the surveys that we got to kind of pick out certain keywords to try to include that in our comprehensive plan. So if we're going to make that effort, I would support this type of language. If not, I probably can't support it. And I would probably support just removing it.
Now we got to keep it in there.
Councilmember Kelly.
I'm just wondering how much of this sort of survey and questions is included in the strategic housing plan as we work on that. Are there surveys of residents? Is that also something that comes back to us as part of the strategic housing plan?
There will be a comment period once the draft strategic housing plan is released. So there will be opportunities for community members to provide feedback on the draft once it is available.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess I really think, quite frankly, I think that the whole section on housing should be held until we have a strategic housing plan to go ahead and pass, work on the comprehensive plan. But since we're going to come back to all of this anyway, and we really shouldn't be making major decisions on housing when we don't yet have the data that'll come forward through the strategic housing plan. So I realize I might not have support on that, but all of this, in truth, I think anything related to housing, we should be waiting until we get our strategic housing plan. We're going to get more of this information and survey. So I feel like we're spinning our wheels a little bit and doing all this now with housing when we're in the middle of working on and about, near completion of a strategic housing plan, which, by the way, in our first RFP, that was what we issued, a comprehensive plan and a strategic plan. So anyway, that's just a thought I just want to put out there.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand what Councilmember Sufferman is intending to do here is trying to ensure we're not otherizing the opposition, right? But giving them equal voice, equal standing, at least in the summary of what we heard. So I'm going to propose the following language, which is basically to replace the words "while others" with "and some." So those two sentences would read as follows. Some expressed support for protecting single-family zoning in R1 and R2 residential zoning districts, and some expressed opposition. No change to that sentence. The next sentence, some expressed support for creating a more neighborhood-oriented approach to zoning, and some expressed opposition, wanting a more flexible approach. Gets word of the word others, includes every other idea that was in there.
Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Newsma moves that the only change to the existing relevant sentences is to replace the words "while others" in the second sentence with the words "and some." Is that clear? Councilmember Sufferman seconds. Councilmember Rodgers, followed by Kelly.
You beat me to it. I was going to actually make a different recommendation for option 3. I think option 3 removes the people from it and really just discusses what the topics were being discussed and the both sides of those. I mentioned at the last meeting, I think some of the language in here, because which side do we say is the prevailing side? We're like people oppose something, people support something. It seems very, I would much rather just keep it very, very neutral language, which is where option 3 was taking me.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I felt like maybe we need a little more definition. We say neighborhood, we're juxtaposing neighborhood oriented with versus flexible. And, I think there's a lot of ways that we can envision a neighborhood approach that can be flexible. that can be a diverse housing where you can have 2 flats and single-family homes. And so I'm a little bit, I think there's a suggestion behind it of all R1 or R2 versus, multifamily buildings. And I don't think that's necessarily, that's not very clear. So I think a neighborly or neighborhoody approach doesn't necessarily mean not flexible. So I think that's somewhat misleading.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
I'm sorry.
My hand was up.
Oh, Councilmember Burns?
I would appreciate, because it feels like we're trying to obviously move quickly through this, but there's no reason why we can't hold some things for later on in the meeting. And I would personally like more time with this. I also agree with what Councilmember Kelly just said. Like I said, I think it's a poor attempt to try to, it's like we've made effort to explain one group's position and very little to no effort to explain another group. And I don't think that's fair. And I appreciate more time on this. So can we just move this till later on in the discussion?
As a matter of procedure, I can't remember if a motion to table supersedes. It's certainly fine to table this until like 8:30 in the evening, if that's what you want to do. There is a motion before us.
We just have a lot of stuff. Like, there's no reason to get hung up on this as if like this is going to make or break the evening. So, I would like to table it if we can till later on in the discussion.
Ms. Granfield?
We can go ahead and vote on a motion to table. And then obviously if that motion fails, then we can vote on the motion on the floor.
So Councilmember Burns, what you can make a motion to table is to a particular time, and then someone's going to have to set an alarm.
Or day, no? I mean, it doesn't.
Or
have to
day, I
be.
mean, you could, or year, but I think what I heard him suggest was that he was thinking about just wanting to be later in the evening.
Yeah, if we got 50 things, we can make this the 50th or whatever. I mean, I'll let you decide that, but just later on. And let me be clear, I'm going to use some time to try to come up with some language so that I'm prepared to make a motion when this comes back up.
I don't agree.
So my motion would be to table this until, no, I understand. My motion would be to table this until later this evening.
I think you got to pick a time.
May I suggest that, Councilmember Burns, that we would table it until the very end of our discussion topics?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that the motion? I'll second your motion.
So Councilmember Burns moves that this item be tabled until the moment immediately following the resolution of item 14E, which is found on page 16 of the packet. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll? Oh, sorry. Whoa. He's here?
Yeah, I've been here for a minute. I've been waiting.
Hold on. Wait, everyone stop. So is Councilmember Davis, have you sent notice to the clerk about your reason for requiring on remote participation?
Does it have to be done in advance? Do I have to notify in advance?
I think you can do it now, but we need to vote to allow it pursuant to a reason you've given in order for you to be able to participate in the meeting.
Okay, I can send the reason to the clerk if I have to specify like an exact reason.
I will forward you an example right now.
Okay.
This is hardly going to be the last thing we don't agree on. This is.
So Sean.
Okay, sent.
Cynthia?
Thank you.
Yeah, I sent it.
Thank you, Mayor Biss and City Council. I would just note as a point of order, I believe that the City Council needs to first deal with the motion to table before they can consider
Oh, right.
Councilmember
Yeah, you're
Davis.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So the motion to table was made by Councilmember Burns, seconded by Councilmember Kelly. It was to table to the back of the agenda to table this item to the moment immediately following the number previously read. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to table?
Councilmember Rodgers?
Yes.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 5 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and the item is tabled for a while. And I'm going to ask, I don't know, Liz, to make sure I don't forget that. We now have a message in writing from Councilmember Davis articulating an OMA-compliant reason for her remote participation. Is there a motion to allow that?
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we allow Councilmember Davis to participate remotely based on the reason that she has stated.
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodgers moves permission of remote participation on the part of Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Hadakatis seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Davis will be on the roll for the rest of the evening. Now, Councilmember Davis, the item that we were discussing has been moved to later in the meeting. Do you still want to speak at this time?
No, I actually just had my hand raised to notify you that I was here.
Oh, got it. Mission accomplished. Welcome. Now on item 2D, and I guess I would just say, I would urge us to keep our comments as focused toward making specific motions as possible for the purpose of not only efficiency, but also, I think, clarity. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to make a motion for option 1 with the caveat that I wasn't in the room. I'm not sure exactly what message was conveyed. Option 1 allows a urban design commission to be considered without explicitly requiring it. Again, in alignment with what I said previously, the main goal of this section in this text is to accurately characterize what we heard. Yeah, if we want neighbors that said we want a neighbor or an urban design commission, then so be it. If, however, what we heard was, we're concerned about design guidelines and it's something that we need to address one way or the other, we should not jump ahead of ourselves and say more than, what was heard in the room.
So this is, again, an example of specific language that was added by the Land Use Commission. They drafted and they voted to incorporate this based on their understanding of what they heard.
Nonetheless, I'm going to move option 1. If there's a second, we can vote on it, great. If not,
Councilmember Nusma moves the adoption of option 1. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Oh, Councilmember Hadakatis seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So I know a lot is missing from here, and I'm not saying, you'd have to go back somewhere. I know we submitted much more thorough language about what it is, and it would in fact streamline the process And Ms. Williams, if you want to explain it.
Sure. This is again just capturing what was heard as part of the Land Use Commission proceedings, and there was testimony provided during their public hearing process that advocated for the creation of an urban design commission. I do not believe there was advocacy for establishing design guidelines as part of the Land Use Commission proceedings.
Great, thank you very much. And I just want to respond to a comment made from the public that, this is a recommending body, and it would, in essence, replace what used to be the DAPR. That was the idea of this. And it would, in fact, I've spoken to developers.
We're not here to debate the merits of what we heard. We're here to agree on what we heard. So
okay,
let's save that discussion.
But I do want to say one thing. I mean,
I do. You have the floor, and I'll give it back to you. But I think I would ask members, Councilmember Nusma, not to jump in on one another. That said, I think the point is well taken. We've got a bunch of items before us, and I think all of us will be tempted throughout that discussion to sort of bleed out from the specific question in front of us to a bunch of other stuff. And I think we'll both have worse discussions and make worse decisions and be less efficient if we succumb to that temptation. Councilmember Kelly, you have the floor.
So discussion is very important, and I think that's what we have been.
My point is the discussion on the question in front of us is important.
Is not important?
The discussion, my point, the question in front of us is what should the What We Heard chapter say about this issue? And that really is different than the question of whether it's a good idea or a bad idea or what the different arguments on both sides might be. And I'm just saying, and I'm speaking to all of us for the whole night. Let's focus our conversation on the specific questions in front of us so we can have effective and focused discussions and then make good decisions on the specific questions in front of us. Councilmember Kelly.
No comment.
Councilmember Rodgers.
Ms. Williams, because I don't think this came up while I was on land use. It may have vaguely, but I think it came up afterwards. Was the discussion about including zoning and preservation as part of that?
There was just specific dialogue related to the creation of an urban design commission that did come out during the public comment period as part of the land use commission process. So this specific item was the theme that we heard during the land use commission.
I understand that. My question is more specifically, were zoning and preservation part of what they talked about with the Urban Design Commission?
Again, this is specific language that was crafted by members of the Land Use Commission, so I want to trust that that is what they heard.
Okay.
And then to Councilmember Kelly's point before about the more detailed, that is a policy discussion item later on, so we will get there.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Real quick, so we're voting to...
This is a vote to go with option one instead of the other thing.
Okay, no.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. No. Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Sorry, I missed what the actual motion is.
To do option one in item 2D.
Okay, no.
With 2 in favor and 6 against, the motion fails, and we'll stick with what was previously in the draft. Now we move to item 4A. Is there a motion on item 4A? Councilmember Kelly.
I just, I had submitted one change for under what we heard, just to add to the dates, and I don't know, Ms. Williams, if you can tell me if that should be done here or if that's just something that we can, for the next meeting, to add.
I believe the direction of the council was to get through the discussion items that are listed in the packet, and then if there are items that weren't included for discussion, you're welcome to make a motion once we get through everything.
So they to come back to this.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there a motion on item on section 4A?
I'll make a motion for option 2.
Second.
Councilmember Isles moves to accept option 2. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Isles followed by Rodgers. Oop.
No, I don't need to talk on it. I just wanted to make a motion.
It's good modeling. Councilmember Rodgers.
I do want to talk about it. So we're using the term housing diversity here. Is this one of those issues, we've had this discussion and I don't know, so I just want to make sure that we're being consistent if we've said that we don't want to use housing diversity, but diversity of something instead, that we're doing that as we're moving through these statements.
I think the direction from council at the last meeting was not to use housing diversity, but to be more specific in terms of housing type, housing choices for all income levels.
Right.
So I would recommend following the previous direction of council.
All right. So I guess I'm asking if there's a difference of wording there, Councilmember Isles, if we're trying to avoid using housing diversity.
Okay. Can I change my motion?
You bet.
All right. I want it to say increase housing supply for all income levels.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Isles withdraws his motion and replaces it with the following, to use the phrase increase housing supply for all income levels. Councilmember Hadakatis seconds. Again, that's increase housing supply for all income levels. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
I would like to see if this would be taken as a friendly amendment to protect and increase permanent affordable housing and inclusionary housing for all abilities.
We're getting,
I think that makes it a little too clunky.
Okay, I'll try and make it shorter.
Well, it's also too specific.
So does anybody object to protecting and increasing permanent affordable housing?
Not in concept, but not in this context. That wording isn't appropriate.
Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor if you want it.
So I think that we need, that housing affordability is what I think everybody is mostly for certain aiming for here is to increase permanent affordable housing. Diversity, for diversity's sake, I mean, it's nice, it looks pretty if you have diverse housing, but I think we're talking about affordable housing and protecting housing stock that no naturally occurring affordable housing that we already have. So I would, like to propose a friendly amendment to protect and increase housing affordability and diversity. I cut it down.
Is that amendment accepted?
Can you say it one?
Sure.
Can you say it one more time?
Protect and increase housing affordability and diversity.
Well, we've got the word diversity back in there again.
Okay. Variety.
All right, I think we're gonna go with Councilmember Burns, followed by Hadakatis, followed by Nusma, followed by Isles.
I'm trying to not have to go back and forth between different documents, and so I know there has to be another part of the comp plan where we're talking about housing affordability, where we name housing affordability. So what section is this? I see it says Evanston tomorrow, but how should I understand where we are in the comp plan when compared to other areas where we reference housing affordability?
So these are overarching goals that are outlined as part of the vision for Evanston today and into the future. And underneath this component of the plan, there are other sub-bullets that speak to affordability.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hadakatis, followed by Nusma, followed by Isles.
I was going to say, so for my colleagues here, if we're looking at, it would be page 39 when we have our council draft plan.
29.
29. It's 30 on my sheet for some reason. because we put all the comments, yeah. So what we're talking about is the main overarching goal, and I think we should just have a very simple overarching goal, which is why when I added my comments, I added supply, because we were talking about supply. I think all those we can add. I think it'd be a good idea to add those sub-bullets about affordable housing and inclusionary housing. I think that would be more appropriate in a sub-bullet. But I think, at least from where I'm coming from, is we need attainable housing across all income levels, and we need more supply of all housing. And this is like a big goal that I personally have. I don't think, and that's why I added supply to this when I made my edits.
And just to refresh, the motion at this point is increase housing supply and affordability at all income levels. Is that correct? Councilmember Nusma, followed by Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pick up on what Ms. Williams said about giving the context in which we are considering this wording. This is in the section Evanston Tomorrow, Chapter 4, that contains a number of goals. Fostering a healthy community, strengthening the local economy, prioritizing environmental sustainability, invest in transportation options, and then the next one, increasing housing diversity. And after that, after each of these goals, there are a number of sub-bullets. So we don't need to work everything in to the words we are deciding now. It needs to be simple, straightforward, to the point, and I think the motion on the table gets to where we need to go, and I hope we can make that happen and keep talking.
Councilmember Isles.
Yeah, you added affordability to it. It's just increase housing supply for all income levels.
I'm really sorry. Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out the same thing. It's the title of this section, and I think what you're looking for is more bullet points.
All right. So increase housing supply for all income levels. Simple, clear, straightforward. Okay. At this time, no one's requested to speak for first time. We go back to Councilmember Kelly.
I'm requesting to speak for a first time.
Councilmember Davis.
I feel like, I've said this before, but I feel like we've really lost the plot when we overemphasize supply, when we've been told repeatedly that supply isn't necessary, but it's not as sufficient, like it is a prerequisite. And so I think that I actually liked the mistake that the mayor made when he said increase housing affordability at all levels, as opposed to, this over prescription of emphasizing supply. I think supply can be rolled into that, and it is not as broad of an answer, because we still have to, the conversation is being dominated by supply, but we still have to talk about the other things that we have to do in order to increase housing affordability at all levels, which is why I think increase housing affordability at all levels should be the subtitle, which I also think mirrors the language that Juan used when he described what our end goal was as well. Thank you.
So no one's requesting to speak for the first time. Councilmember Kelly.
So I agree. I think, speaking of supply, that's not like the idea is housing affordability. I mean, I just want to question too, when we say housing affordability at all levels, what does that mean, at all levels?
The motion is housing supply at all income levels, correct, Councilmember Isles?
Yeah.
Okay, not affordability at all levels. So I would agree. I don't think it's about talking about supply, but that might be what we need to get where we all, I think, want to get to, and that's why I think it's so important. We just not had the kind of discussions we really need to have. I do believe we all want to increase housing affordability. I think many of us have different ideas about how we get there, and I think that's what should be expressed here. And I think we all do have to acknowledge that Evanston does have an incredibly diverse housing stock. So the idea that we wouldn't want to maintain that in some way, also, I don't think anybody wants to lose the diversity of our housing stock. So I agree with Councilmember Davis. I think emphasizing supply is not the ultimate end. Like, we just want a lot of houses. What we want are people to be able to afford to live in Evanston. So I think that's, when we get to zoning, and I think we should be having more in-depth discussions about what delivers affordable housing, and I don't think we've had those. So I would say to remove supply also. I'm not comfortable with that word.
Okay, so we'll move to a vote now. Again, this is a vote on the wording, and Councilmember Isles, correct me if I'm wrong. Increase housing supply for all income levels. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
I gotta be no for now.
Councilmember Sufferton? No. Councilmember Davis?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails. So now on item 4B, is there a motion?
Hold on one second. Or is there an alternative motion on 4A?
And Chair, if I can,
Yep.
And I think this is just something we should do periodically. Again, I think there's some stuff that I'd love to move. This is another one of those where I think I'm close to having a motion that I can make, but not ready and don't want to hold this up. So, and I've sent staff a question as a side note to help me prepare to make the other motion. Liz, I think I sent that, emailed that to you. So I'd make a motion to move this to following the last, to directly follow, we would discuss it directly following the last item we tabled. That would be my motion.
Are we on 4A or 4B here?
For 4A, so we can get to 4B.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? I think you're going to have trouble getting a second because the people who voted no are happy with the outcome, and the people who voted yes, I think, are not looking for more delay.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right. So Councilmember Burns moved to table item 4A until the item previously tabled is resolved. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Just a quick question to clarify what we're voting on here. So we're voting to keep the original language.
No, so there was no motion on the table when the table motion happened. So we're moving to punt this conversation to like 3 hours from now.
But if we don't have that conversation 3 hours from now, the original language is what will stand.
Correct.
It'll be increased housing diversity.
Correct.
Which we already said we would want.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
I'm sorry, wait a moment.
Councilmember Rodgers?
Hold on one second.
So
This is a motion to table.
why, if we table it, I don't quite understand why it automatically, like, for example, I mean, I prefer protecting and increasing, so I'm just trying to understand.
So this is a motion to table. This is a motion to table. If it passes, then the item's tabled, and we'll resume this conversation in a few hours. If it doesn't pass, then nothing has passed, and so the status quo prevails. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
I'm sorry, we're not voting on tabling.
You are voting on tabling.
Okay,
So
then
table.
aye, okay.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? No. Councilmember Davis?
Oh, I said aye, sorry.
Oh, okay.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. It must be my birthday. I'll vote aye. With 5 voting in favor and 4 against, the motion carries, and we will resume this item in a few hours. Notwithstanding the vote that I just took, I want to really urge the council to grapple with these issues with focus. I think there is, I'm sort of feeling a sort of tendency up here to like just have sort of broad, wide-ranging discussions, and I think that's not going to help us make a decision. So I really want to urge people to have focused discussions on the items before us to enable us to make considered and crisp decisions and then continue moving through this document. Is there a motion on item 4B?
I vote to change the language and add people across all income levels can.
If the motion is to do what the packet says, I second.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedekadis moves to do what the packet says, to change where people can to where people across all income levels can. Councilmember Newsmith seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
Never mind, pardon me.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sefferden. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the change will be implemented in the next draft. Now on item 4C, Councilmember Kelly.
And I'm sorry, I know this is not what you want, Mayor Biss, but with regard to the comment that I made about the strategic housing plan and that much of this is going to be rehashed again, and in principle, I mean, what are the thoughts on tabling everything related to housing, just that section of the comprehensive plan until we actually...
If you want to make that motion.
Yeah, well, I'd like to make a motion
would-
to discuss it, and in principle, to discuss it, I shouldn't have to have a majority vote. I mean, since items were brought forward based on, people just making the comment in their Google Doc. So,
No, if you would like to make a motion to table, you can make that motion.
oh, no, I would like to discuss it. And that's part of the problem. I think even,
the
Chair
item-
Rodgers had proposed before that the council meet with the Land Use Commission to have some more robust discussions about, and this is just something I just want to put out there because we are in the middle of a strategic housing plan, which is wonderful, and I'm glad that's moving forward. It does seem to me that should be completed ideally, and perhaps by my understanding, by planning standards first. So I'm wondering what folks think about that. I don't want to
And if
make a
you want
motion
to-
yet. I want to converse with my fellow council members about this, Daniel.
Well, and what's the item before us is item 4C, and so any motion on item 4C is in order, including a motion to table it. So you're welcome
So
to
no,
make a
I'm
motion.
just making something, I'm bringing up a different discussion that I think is important for us to have.
Yeah, I think it is really important for us as a transparent and orderly body to follow the agendas that we publish, and the next item on the agenda is item 4C. So is there a motion on item 4C?
Mr. Mayor, I move item 4C as presented on the packet.
I second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to accept the change floated in item 4C in the packet, namely to change developing to protect existing housing diversity and allow for creation of ... a wide range of housing types and sizes to meet our community's diverse needs. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Councilmember Rodgers followed, I think Councilmember Kelly, your light was already on, is that right? All right, Councilmember Rodgers.
Just a question for staff. When we're saying housing diversity, can we just universally agree that that's not the language we want to use, or do you want us to change it each time?
No, you made that motion last time, so it'll be addressed.
I just
in the
want to make
final
sure that
version.
we're
Yep.
being clear on that. Thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
No.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sefferden. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Am I missing someone?
This is weird. Who didn't
I
vote?
said aye.
No, we got your, I feel like
Oh,
we
okay.
missed one vote.
Isles?
I said no.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said no. Juan said no. Burns said no.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, we can
I
do
apologize.
this again. Okay.
So the motion on the table is item 4C to
It's
accept
still
the
item
changes.
4C.
Yeah.
Yep.
Councilmember Rodgers,
Aye.
Councilmember Herakari, sorry.
No.
Did I write the first time? Okay. Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Isles,
No.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
This is the table?
No, this is saying we're revoting because there was an administrative error up here.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Severden. And Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and the change will be implemented in the next version. Now, item 5A, is there a motion?
I move the addition of the census and E-plan data for each ward in a table at the end of the neighborhoods and places.
I second.
Councilmember Herakadis moves the addition of the census/E-plan data. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers,
Aye.
Councilmember Herakari,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Isles,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
And I'm sorry, this is 5A? Where are we at?
5A,
Okay, that's what I thought. Aye.
Councilmember Severden. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the plan will be so, and that change will be reflected in the next version. On item 5B, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item 5B, adding the language that's included in our packet.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Rodgers moves the addition of the language in 5B. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
Couple points here. I just want to I think as each ward showcases below, gets us into that whole thing we had the big discussion last week last time we were here, about neighborhoods versus wards, because we kind of talk about the neighborhoods in character and then is each ward. So I just want to make sure that we're being clear on that. And then the second part is the last sentence. This diversity offers dynamic alternatives that many claim to be a part of Evanston's charm. I think that claim is a loaded word for me. I think maybe like a word like site or state or something like that. Claim is one of those words like it isn't a solid verifiable thing. So I think it sounds a little dismissive to me, and I don't think that's the intent here. So I would just recommend a different word be used there, like site or state. I'm fine with either one.
I come to you with rare good news. No one else is asking to speak. So if you don't make a change to the motion now, we're going to have a vote on the
So
thing you
then
don't like.
I will move that in the last sentence, the word claim be changed to.
Find.
What? Sorry, what?
Find.
Or enjoy.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Find, F-I-N-D.
Find?
Yeah.
Oh, find is fine. Find is fine.
So Councilmember Rodgers makes a friendly amendment to replace the word claim with find at the end of this passage. With that change in mind, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers,
Aye.
Councilmember Herakari,
No.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Isles,
No.
Councilmember Newsma,
No.
Councilmember Burns,
No.
Councilmember
Sorry,
Severden,
no.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie that I break by voting no. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and this addition is not made. Now on item 5C, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to delete the text as suggested in the packet.
Second.
Sorry, I'm withdrawing that motion.
Is there a motion on item 5C? Councilmember Kelly.
I'll move item 5C to delete that section.
I will still second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the deletion of the text in item 5C. Councilmember Davis seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers,
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris,
No.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Isles,
No.
sorry. Councilmember Newsma,
No.
Councilmember Burns,
No.
Councilmember Sufferton, Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 2 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the text is not deleted. Now on item 5D, is there a motion?
I would move item 5D to add how affordable housing is not equitably distributed throughout the city to the key
I'll
challenges
second it.
and opportunities.
Councilmember Rodgers moves addition of the language in item 5D. Councilmember Isles seconds. Could I ask staff to advance the slide so that the slide on the screen keeps up with where we are? One more, I believe.
Hit the arrow.
Oh,
There's the arrow right there. No, use the arrow.
There you go.
will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers,
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Isles,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton, Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is added. Now on item 5E, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to delete the text as suggested in the packet under 5E.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves the deletion proposed in item 5E. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So I would just like to ask for those who want it deleted, if you could expound a little bit. Or who don't.
Councilmember Newsma, do you want to speak to your motion?
My notes say delete it, but I'll have to go back to my other document to explain what I meant. So give me 1 second, please. This is on page 41. If someone else wants to weigh in, I can use a minute or two.
I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't want to include everything that adds to the greenhouse gases.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Particular that we talk about a circular economy in our vision statement. It seems like we would certainly want to take into account.
Yeah, hold on
all
1
of this.
second. 40. One. Okay, let me miss to ensure buildings, maybe, yeah. I think inclusion of that sentence is not acknowledging the climate benefits of transit-oriented development. And while a full and comprehensive evaluation of climate impact is indeed necessary, I think that's captured in the last sentence of this paragraph. Is the notes I had to myself from a month ago.
Councilmember Kelly still has the floor.
Yeah, so I think it makes perfect sense. Again, is given that our circular economy is our one of our, or at least currently in our stated vision goal, I think that all that's very important. It plays directly into that. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to see that deleted.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I'm voting no to delete, correct? Right, okay, no.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the text will be deleted. Now on item 5F, is there a motion?
I would move item 5F to include a category on commercial.
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodgers moves addition of the language in item 5F. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
This is one that I had put in specifically acknowledging that we have certain areas which are large commercial areas. I'm thinking particularly in my ward, Evanston Plaza with the Target, Jewel, et cetera, and making sure that we are maintaining some of those commercial areas, not necessarily setting them all aside for housing, because these are some of our largest tax generators. They are often on contaminated soil and have been covered over with asphalt parking lots in order to allow them to continue to not put off toxic fumes.
Councilmember Nusma.
Question for Councilmember Rodgers. We've discussed the possibility of including some industrial zoning, or to making sure that we leave ourselves open to the opportunity of industrial manufacturing should the opportunity arise at some point in the future. Does the wording you're proposing here get to that point, or is industrial something separate?
I think industrial is separate from that because there are smaller industrial districts that aren't covered by large commercial areas like Dodge Dempster, Evanston Plaza. They're few and far between.
So at some point we may have a separate discussion about
There will be a
industrial.
discussion about industrial coming up.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles. Oh, he's not here. Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the new section on commercial will be added. Is there a motion on item 5G?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item 5G to change enterprise to industrial, so it would be the creative innovation and industrial.
Second.
Councilmember Rodgers moves to change enterprise to industrial. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
This is what Councilmember Nusma was talking about, maintaining some of our industrial areas so that we can have light industry return. We're never going to see factories moving back into Evanston, but there is potential for smaller manufacturers who would be looking for a site in Evanston, and I think that we should keep places open for them and the jobs that they would create.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly said aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
And then for the record, Isles is not in the room. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the change will be made. Now on item 5H, is there a motion?
Mr.
I'll
Mayor,
move
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll move item 5H.
I will second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to change the word remove to reduce as per item 5H. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I guess I just have some questions about what barriers, what that implies.
Those will require further study. I don't think it's known at this time, but this policy action item would need to be addressed and those barriers would need to be identified.
Okay. I mean, I would rather just have it be more predictable, given that, just simply more predictable.
What I can say anecdotally at this point is we hear often from both property owners and those that are looking to invest in Evanston that it is expensive, it takes a lot of time, and having more predictable processes and more predictable code to follow would be a removal, or I guess reduction in this case based on your motion, to the barriers that are currently present.
I guess I would prefer thank you, to make it more predictable and streamlined. I think I would prefer that wording.
So do you have a different motion?
Yeah, so I would like to move that instead this read to make it more predictable and streamlined.
Is there a second?
Okay.
The substitute motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Nusma.
If we're ready to vote, I will not say anything more.
Will the clerk please take the roll on the underlying motion, which was to replace remove with reduce?
Okay. Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
No.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and the word remove will be replaced with reduce in the next draft. Now, item 5I, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item 5I to add factors such as cost.
I'll second.
Councilmember Nusma moves to add the words factors such as cost. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and add factors such as cost will be added as delineated in item 5I. Now on item 5J, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item 5J to delete the sub-bullet points under NP 5.2 as outlined in the packet.
I'll second.
Councilmember Nusma moves deletion of those 4 bullet points. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and those 4 bullet points will be deleted. Councilmember Hadakaris on item 5K.
I move acceptance of option 7.3 for item 5K.
So you're saying rejection of 1, 2, and 4 and acceptance of 7.3? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. So Councilmember Hadakaris moves approval only of NP 7.3, promote quality design and site planning early in the development process to ensure quality decisions align with the goals of the comprehensive plan and established guidelines and integrate into a predictable review and approval process. Is there a second? The motion fails for
Second.
Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I just want to make sure that Councilmember Hadakatis, because you are a co-sponsor on the Urban Design Commission, there are 4 of us, so I assume you support the commission, and I don't know if this is just, you want to modify the description of the commission. I think, Councilmember, Councilmember Rodgers had an amendment to the commission description. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity on this, since Councilmember Hadakatis, you are a co-sponsor. Did you mean to eliminate or just to modify the description of the commission?
I wanted to make clear that I approve the commission only if it's early in the process. I think one thing I don't want to do is have it be another thing late in the process that we slow things down, which is why things are so expensive around here when we delay these projects for months and months. So I still support the creation, but I just want it to be focused on early in the process.
Okay, and I think that is, so I'm not sure if that needs to be reworded then. It would be early in the process. It would be a recommending body to the Land Use Commission. So it's not all described in here, so I think maybe that's part of why there might be some confusion. So I just want to say, I don't think, if I'm understanding correctly, then for 7.2, it's to have an urban design commission that develops design guidelines. Just so that's clear.
Councilor Nusma.
This is just a point of information. In the draft plan, there are 3 actions under point 7. There's NP 7.1, 2, and 3. In the packet in front of us, we have a proposal to replace the existing 3 with these 4. What Councilmember Harry Karras is motioning on what appears in the packet as NP 7.3 is really just an amendment of NP 7.2 as drafted. I just want to clarify that's what we're talking about. NP 7.1 in the draft, NP 7.3 in the draft plan would stay as is.
Was that your intention, council member? Okay. Council member, right. And so this, to be clear, it's to replace the existing NP 7.2 with what is labeled in this 5K as NP 7.3, correct?
Yes.
Great.
So the other pieces I'm fine with, but yeah,
understood.
That's the one.
Councilmember Rodgers.
Okay. I have amendments to other things, but I can't get to those yet. So I'll make my amendment on 7.3, and I think we need to change it into a more predictable review. Nothing is predictable in the city of Evanston.
I'll second.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
All right.
All right, so now the word more is added before the word predictable. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And so what is currently item 7.2 in the existing draft will be replaced by essentially what is item NP 7.3 in 5K in the packet, with the exception of the fact that the word more is inserted between the word a and the word predictable. Now on item 5L, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move, I'm not sure exactly what we did in that last one, but I have language changes to the language that's here. If that mirrors, I have 5 documents currently open, so I don't know which one I'm on. But there is language in 7.1 here that I intended to address at this point. So
Councilmember Rodgers, just go ahead and make a motion.
Yep. So I would like to move that NP 7.1 be reworded to be establish a urban design commission comprised of residents with professional experience in design, planning, and structure of buildings, public spaces, and landscapes, appointed continuing forward, and acting as a recommending body to the Land Use Commission and City Council.
Second.
You have broken me.
I know.
I need that in writing.
That's fine. I can probably get it to you in just a second. This is that document.
Councilmember Rodgers, could you just copy someone from community development on your email as well so we receive it, the language? Thank you.
And I'll copy you.
So the motion that was read out loud, but I'm not going to try to reproduce by heart, was made by Councilmember Rodgers, seconded by Councilmember Kelly. While we are awaiting some text, Councilmember Newsome?
Yeah, so I just wanted to speak to the underlying issue here. So we're going to have a little mini debate on whether or not an urban design commission makes sense. My position is that it might, but I'm not convinced that it does. And I would therefore be more comfortable with language along the lines of develop and implement policies and procedures which establish design criteria and guidelines, leaving the door open to a potential design commission. But I'm reluctant to jump to that conclusion because we just said we want to make it more predictable and streamlined, and adding another entity to this process is another hoop to jump through, another hurdle, and I'm reluctant to jump to that conclusion in this comprehensive plan, which should be general. And I think the general idea is to keep things simple, streamlined. I think another general concept is that urban design is important, and we should be thoughtful about design and make sure we are thinking about the aesthetics of our city. But to me, the Design Commission would be inappropriate to jump to the conclusion that at this point that a Design Commission is the right way to affect those objectives.
While we continue to await language, Councilmember Kelly.
So I do believe this is a way to help move projects forward in a way that works with our community in a more expedited way and appropriate way. And I think a large part of the Urban Design Commission is working with developers and others at the front end, way on. And unless it's a public body, that's the way that you ensure that it happens, because it is public. So to just say we're just going to do that and ensure that that happens and, hope that that happens through some other means, it isn't a guarantee. So by having an actual commission that replaced a previous body that was a staff committee, the DAPR, this does the same thing, but it will, like I say, I've spoken already to 2 developers that said they wished we had this Urban Design Commission up and running before they, put their plans in, because they would love to have worked with commissioners and staff on that commission. So I see this as doing quite the opposite, and in helping developers develop way early on appropriate projects that will get through the process more easily and seamlessly.
While we continue to await language, Councilmember Hadakaris.
Yeah, I think this can be done in a way that doesn't slow down the process, but I think, as I've seen, people can weaponize kind of bureaucracy and slow things down on purpose. So I think, ideally, if we have a design commission, I think, Design Evanston does a really great job of kind of allaying people's fears and putting like a nice stamp of approval on projects, and I think that's really important. And I think as someone who's loves aesthetics, I don't think we should be necessarily policing that and having it be a way to stop projects from happening. But I think if it's very early in the process, and if we also put timeframes so that projects have to be heard early on, And if this is advisory, I think this can be done in a way that will get people excited about projects. But I think we do have to have those guardrails, Councilmember Nusma, so that it's not a drawn out process.
Councilmember Rodgers.
I also just want to weigh in on this because I was listening as I was typing. Oops, sorry. I think this is something that we can offer up to people. I'm not necessarily sure it has to be a requirement. I think it's a great way for people who don't know Evanston, who aren't familiar with Evanston, to get involved. We have some developers, some architects who have worked in Evanston for years and kind of know what's going on, but I think this is something that we can hopefully catch things up front. My theory on it is if they don't want to participate in it and it costs them thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars because their project dies because they didn't go through it, that's on them.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Everyone got my amendment?
The amendment should be in everyone's inbox. Everyone except Cynthia.
Oh, sorry.
I took care of that. It's fine. And it's establish an urban design commission comprised of residents with professional experience in the design, planning, and structure of buildings, public spaces, and landscapes appointed by the mayor, and acting as a recommending body to the land use commission and city council to ensure development reflects the city's commitment to quality and urban design. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the amended 7.1 is included. Now on item 5L, is there a motion? Councilmember Nusma.
I don't have a motion yet. I have a question for staff. As listed in our packet, this is calling for us to modify NP 9.5. I did not see an NP 9.5 in the draft plan. I recall the conversation we've had around this topic, but what exactly are we? Would the packet be more accurate if it said add NP 9.5?
It would be. It is to add it. It was previously removed, I believe, by the Land Use Commission.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
I move approval of option 1 for 9.5.
Council, I just wanted to add one detail to that as well. Council did
Hold on,
request.
let's wait to see if there's a second for the motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves acceptance of option 1. Is there a second? The motion.
Second.
Councilmember Isles seconds. Go ahead, Aaron.
Just the listed options were requested by council as a means of offering a lesser extreme, if you will, to 9.5. So that's just where that stemmed from.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rodgers.
So I appreciate staff's map of food availability. And I would just say that I think this should be explored in conjunction or coordination with maps that describe availability of food and other resources. I think I think that's how I wouldn't want to see it just as a blanket idea of opening up uses, but one that is based on data and where it would be more useful to expand use.
Councilmember Rodgers, followed by Nusma.
I have a question for staff here, and I don't know who can answer it. So when we're talking about this, are we talking about actually immersing retail into a residential neighborhood? So like, for example, I live in the middle of the block. My building would be able to have retail in it.
I think what this is trying to get at is allowing or exploring opportunities within zoning to allow small-scale commercial development in all neighborhoods to support walkable access to essential goods. So it would not necessarily be that every single neighborhood would have a zone that would permit this, but it would be to explore where there may be opportunities to allow small scale retail and services where they're currently not allowed in neighborhoods.
Okay, I don't know that fully answered my question. So we used to have the old B districts.
I guess the answer to your question is it depends. We're not focusing on zoning right now, but
If I
what
could
we would
interject
do-
here, I think the word explore is deliberate in not answering your question.
And that's
right.
fine.
It's like,
It's just-
like
I just kind of was wondering what the intent behind it was. Is the intent to literally open up a retail in any part of any residential district, or is it to focus on, like we used to, having the corner store or that type of a?
We don't know yet. It'll be part of the exploration once we get to zoning allowances.
Okay.
Councilmember Newsmith followed by Hedekaris.
I guess further to my previous point, NP5 as drafted or as in bold at the bottom of the page that I'm looking at, or as stated in the first paragraph there, that's our starting point. Right? Is that already in the draft, or do we need to vote to put that in the draft, or option 1 or option 2?
You could choose to add, it is not currently in the draft, and
So there are 3 options.
Yes,
There's
so-
option 0, there's
Yep.
option 1 and option 2.
Correct.
And option 3.
Which is the status quo, actually.
Right, okay. Sorry.
Councilmember Hedekaris.
Yeah, so this is something we used to allow all the time before zoning became super, restrictive. But the reason for me having the option 1 is I think 9.5 originally is written. I don't think that's realistic that we're going to actually have pockets in every neighborhood. I think this is like a document we don't really know what it's going to look like in the future. So I think being open, for me, option 1 kind of hit the sweet spot because it's open to new opportunities as they come along. But I think, feedback that I've gotten is people like the idea in general, but we don't really know what does that mean, like small grocery stores, bodega, so for me, this was kind of a compromise from the existing original one.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly for a second opportunity.
So I agree with Councilmember Hedekaris. I think this is important to explore this, but particularly in areas that lack walkable access. So I'm wondering if I guess my question is, 1, what does explore mean? I mean, does it mean just research, or does it mean like test it out? I mean, just so I understand, because we have pilot in option 2, which is action on this. But so explore means just research.
Correct. And there would be for future conversations about where, and to your point, if access is currently a challenge to these essential goods and services, it is likely those would be areas that could potentially accommodate this use where they do not currently.
Yeah, so I feel like I would just like to see maybe some stronger wording there in residential neighborhoods that lack walkable access to essential goods and services. Not that I'm opposed to it in other places too, but I think that should be our focus here.
Still no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rodgers.
I'm open to exploring this, but I do want to kind of clarify something that Councilmember Harakari said. A lot of these districts disappeared not because we removed them, but because the businesses left and other things came in. For example, the Butcher Beat Records, or what, I don't remember what their name is exactly, I'm sorry, but that sort of thing. And we have places where you can tell the building was built for commercial purposes and is now done as that. So I just want to put that out there as a statement that Zoning did not remove these, the market did. But I'm open to exploring it to see if it's something that can return.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so I go back to Councilmember Kelly.
So I am just like to know what council feels about changing it to in residential neighborhoods that lack walkable access, just to make it a little bit stronger that that would be our focus, not just supporting those, because it could be anywhere. Supporting could spill over. I mean, it could be any part of town, but that would include those. But to focus it just on those neighborhoods.
Is that a motion?
Well, okay, it's a motion. To say instead of service, so.
Instead of to support, to write that lack.
That lack, for neighborhoods that lack walkable access.
Councilmember Hadakatis, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I like having it broad. I think there's.
Okay, so that's an motion then to amend. Is there a second to the motion?
And if I could just add, I mean, I guess my point of putting that in there is because that is what's most important, and I just would be, I think by putting that lack walkable access.
So is there a second to the motion? The motion fails for lack of a second.
And my hand is up.
Councilmember Burns.
I'd like to add something to the effect of including support for existing businesses in small scale retail nodes to expand or diversify their offerings. When I think about this, I think about we have small kind of retail nodes in the Fifth Ward and businesses in them, for example, a corner store that would like to expand into a more full service grocery store that may not have the resources or kind of support to do it. And so I'd like that to be a part of the exploration. It's not just, this review is more like we're trying to establish something that's new. I want this to also recognize that we have these already, and those businesses may need support, especially because they're smaller, maybe less foot traffic. So what can we do to help kind of support them and stimulate more economic activity?
Yeah, and I think that's a great idea. I would argue that's covered by this language, right? The language is deliberately really broad, and so I think it would include that kind of effort.
Yeah, if we feel it's included, that's fine. I'm not feeling it is enough, but if that's the intention, then that's fine. But my motion would again just be to include support for existing businesses that seek to expand or diversify their offerings. I'm not making a motion, but just making it clear what it would be.
Got it. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rodgers for a third time.
I spoke with Councilmember Harris, and I think to kind of address what Councilmember Kelly was getting at, to make it neighborhoods to support walkable access. Does that kind of address your concerns, Councilmember Kelly?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So instead of support, to ensure.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
So I would make that as a friendly amendment to Councilmember Harris.
Sure.
So Councilmember Rodgers makes a friendly amendment so that now the very modestly modified option 1 reads as follows: explore opportunities for small scale retail or service nodes in residential neighborhoods to ensure walkable access to essential goods and services. Now that's happened, Councilmember Kelly, is your light still on? Or? Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll on the slightly modified option 1? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and option 1 with the word ensure replacing the word support is adopted. Now on item 6A, does anyone have a motion? Councilmember Kelly.
So we're going on 3 hours. Could we take a 5-minute break since we?
Let me, I'm just trying to see if we're roughly at the halfway point. I would propose that we get through chapter 6 and then take a 5-minute break. Okay. Is there a motion on item 6A? I see no motion on item 6A. Is there a motion on item 6B?
Please. 6B is with CS 6.1. Okay, so I am going to move item 6B, which is to add a new policy, which would be policy number 6, CS6, to further develop and expand a collaborative relationship with Northwestern University. I believe that policy statement is solid. I have kind of penciled in some action items which appear in front of us as CS 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. Those were meant as conversation starters, not as definitive and fully developed language. So I'm going to move, we take the first step and adopt this, just the goal, further develop and expand collaborative relationship with Northwestern University.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma moves adoption of item 6, further develop and expand a collaborative relationship with Northwestern University, not adopting the specific sub-goals at this time.
Not yet, we'll work on those.
Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I'm sorry, I wanted to move 6A.
I will allow that after this.
So now we're looking at further developing and expanding our relationship with Northwestern, and we're voting on that concept, period.
Correct.
Okay, without any of the sub.
Correct, without the sub items 1, 2, and 3. Would the mayor please take the roll? Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
I abstain.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries, and the policy without actions will be added, and further discussion will likely follow relative to the actions. Now on item 6A, Councilmember Kelly.
Oh, I'd like to move item 6A.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the addition of the language in item 6A. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. The mayor will take the roll. Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the language will be included. And now on item 6C, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, that one was mine. I'll move item 6C, which is to change the language as indicated in option 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Nusma moves to adopt the language in option 1, the modified language, which reads as follows. District 65 forecasts continued declines in student enrollment and has proposed a plan to address its budget deficit of approximately $13.2 million in 2025. This plan, ... Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
I just have a language issue. The word 60, using the forecasts as a verb here threw me. I had to read it like 3 times. I don't know if anybody else had that issue. So maybe it's just me. I will not talk about it then.
The mayor will take the roll. Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and option 1 has been selected. Also, Councilmember Rodgers.
Just a quick question. Did we do the sub-bullets under adding up new policy 6, I was out of the room.
No, we deliberately didn't. So what we
Okay,
did.
I was out of the room at the
Yeah.
time and wasn't sure what happened there.
Yep. The choice was made not to do that. I think the view of the person who drafted them was that these are maybe not quite ready for prime time.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Yep. So we've now learned something important about human nature, what happens when you announce that a break is coming after the next section, the next chapter. We probably should have made a better strategic choice about what chapter we did that experiment on human behavior during. And with that, the City Council will stand at ease for 5 minutes and will resume at 8:06 p.m. Thank you very much. The City Council will return to order. On item 7A, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move item 7A to add micromobility, e-scooters, and e-bikes.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsman moves accepting the addition in item 7A. Councilmember Hedekati seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So we're adding this to, I mean, what's the context? I'm sorry, should we have the other document open?
So we're talking about the getting around section. So we're talking about transportation here. I want to make sure we are addressing micromobility, which we are starting to see more of, and over the next 20 years, we need to be aware of increasing quantities of e-scooters, e-bikes, other modes of transportation.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the context. So is there a list, am I looking at a long list of modes of transportation we're adding this? Because this just says add micro-mobility. Just so I understand what we're doing here. I mean, I don't want micro-mobility everywhere. I mean, what is this, a list, a roster of?
I'll defer to staff. This one was my suggestion that we include it, but I didn't include specific language. So this is more of a general concept.
So I think this would be on par with some of the items you voted on last time about adding discussions around micromobility as part of either the introduction or as part of the existing conditions, recognizing that this is a emerging trend in transportation and how people get around the community.
I would just like to pull it up in the actual draft document so I understand how it's, like, why aren't we listing other?
I think point of information, roughly on like, I think this would make sense to be at, I think it's page 58, when they talk about walking, bicycling,
I think
driving.
everybody's page
road
numbers are
infra-
different.
Yeah. That's right, roughly.
So it's for the title? So we're saying it's the title bicycling and other active transportation. We're saying we're adding that word to that title?
No, there'd be a separate section, like micromobility, addressing the fact that there are e-scooters, yeah.
Okay, so it's a section about micromobility. So we have walking. I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
I think that makes sense. We've got existing conditions, which include blah, 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 and then transit, and then walking, and then bicycling and other active transportation. We've got driving, we've got road infrastructure, electric vehicles, EV, parking, truck and delivery services, et cetera, et cetera. So we could add micromobility,
Could go with
at that
the
level.
bicycling.
We could also address it, and it's not mutually exclusive, in the key challenges and opportunities section in that chapter. So it's kind of amorphous guidance, which is not super useful. For that, I apologize. If it would facilitate discussion to just let this one go for now, and this is something that we can come back to.
I would recommend the opposite. I would recommend stating exactly what you want in the motion.
Which I'm not at this moment prepared to do. So I'm going to move to table this one.
To the end of the night?
To the end of the night, or whenever we get there.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Newsom moves that this item be tabled until after the other two items that were previously tabled. Councilmember Burns seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the item is tabled and will be revisited later this evening. Now on item 7B, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to adopt 7B. That was mine.
Second.
Councilmember Isles moves to add the language described in 7B. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
Just so everyone's aware, if we're saying we're eliminating parking minimums, I don't ever want to hear this body ever ask for parking to be added into a project. If that is the goal, is to eliminate it and not reduce it, then this body does not have the ability, in my opinion, to ever come to a developer and say, we want you to add parking into your development. I also have concerns about the issues with ADA. My understanding is that ADA would still be required under the federal guidelines, I'm guessing. So that's not as much of a concern. There'll always be some parking, but I do express the concerns that was raised earlier, that if the only parking on site is ADA parking, people will drop off things and occupy those spaces.
Councilmember Hadakaris, followed by Isles, followed by Newsma, followed by Kelly.
So I think one important thing when we're talking about parking minimums is that parking minimums are completely made up. Like there's no, the guidance that everyone's like used for, oh, this city did it this way, this many parking spots per apartment or however many, that's totally made up and has not served us well. Now, when you say parking minimums, I think we have to be clear. People think that means there's not going to be any parking, but developers are going to build how much parking they think their building needs. And so market-wise, we're definitely not to the point where a developer is going to say, I'm going to build 100 units with 0 parking. That's just never going to happen. But right now, we have this artificial number that we just have grabbed out of the sky. And so having eliminating the parking minimums does not mean we're eliminating parking. It's still going to happen. So I think that's an important piece.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Newsma, and then Kelly.
Yeah, it's specifically eliminating it downtown and reducing it along corridors like the Chicago corridor, Chicago Avenue corridor. We have 3 parkades downtown that aren't being used, and so there's plenty of space for parking.
Councilmember Newsma, followed by Kelly.
I was going to make the point that Councilmember Isles just made, that the motion on the table is to specifically limited to downtown, acknowledging that there are issues outside of downtown and the development in closer proximity to a residential neighborhood is a different, merits a different consideration.
Councilmember Kelly.
So, there's no wording in here that says that this is coordinated with expanded options for public transportation, walking, biking, nothing. So it does look like chaos to me. This doesn't look like it should be maybe gradually reduce in coordination with expanded access to, whether it's public transportation, walking, biking, more bike lanes. But I think just to say, I can't support eliminate parking minimums downtown. And also, we're supposed to be trying to move towards creating more housing for families. I know we'll continue to house students, and that's fine, but I just don't think we have the data that supports how this could possibly work in a well-functioning way.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rodgers.
I would also ask.
No, me and Bobby have our hands up, and we would like to speak for a first time.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Burns.
Yeah, my quick question is parking minimums would only apply to developments or residential developments, correct? Or is it commercial and residential?
I think that would be considered as part of future zoning conversations. In this instance, what it would mean and what it is implying is downtown and reduce along corridors.
Yeah, but like I said, is it for residential housing, or would this also, do we have parking minimums for just housing, or do we also do parking minimums for commercial developments?
It's for both.
Okay. And what I'll also add is that this language is somewhat workable, but I get complaints very often that there's not enough parking downtown. I know our studies have shown that our parking is underutilized, but I think that there needs to be something in here about examining that phenomenon and why that's happening, why we keep getting complaints that people can't find parking, but then there are parking garages that are somewhat hidden, parking lots that are somewhat hidden that people actually can't access. And so I'm requesting that we make some type of amendment here. It's hard to come up with on the fly, but we also need to maybe do better wayfaring with the current parking that we have. And I'll also add to Councilmember Kelly's point that I do think that this does make it even harder for families to live downtown. I'm not sure if that's too much of a problem, because I think that the way that Evanston is built, we have different parts of our community that are maybe more well suited for families. I think it's always kind of been the case that downtown areas of places usually are not very attractive to families for this reason, and it's just kind of what happens. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes, I want to make sure I understand this. Just because we do parking minimums doesn't mean that we're saying we have no parking expectations for developers. Is that correct?
That's what you're saying.
Individually, as we vote, consider different developments.
That's my understanding.
And I guess,
yes,
and
that's my
to
understanding.
just put a little bit more color, information on that. I guess what I'm saying is one of the things, and maybe we do already require this, that we could still require is a parking plan where a developer would have to justify the amount of parking that they're recommending for their project. And it would be in order for a council member to vote against a project if they didn't feel like the developer was providing adequate parking, correct?
That's the current process.
Correct. It would basically mean that in the zoning code in the future, we would not specify a minimum parking requirement based on the type of development that is being proposed, either residential or commercial, but that does not impede the city from adopting zoning regulations that would establish parking maximums or some other method by which parking must be addressed by future investment in property development.
Yeah, because I guess what's on my mind, and in some ways, I guess we're already, this is already allowed through in the current way we do it. But I want to allow for, there may be cases where we need parking, but we don't necessarily need it to be, built. There may be parking that people can lease as needed. And so if this allows greater flexibility, that would make it easier for someone to propose those types of parking accommodations, then I can support this. But I guess in some sense, our current code allows that already. So I don't know, I guess I need a little help trying to understand, like if somebody can provide a scenario when something like this could be of benefit to a developer. And because we already have situations where people are leasing space from parking garages, even city parking garages, and not having to build it on site. So if we're able to achieve that already based on current code, what else are we not able to do that this would help with?
We're going to be talking about it in 7B too, so.
Yeah.
Or 7C.
And basically, I'm just trying to understand the why. I know this is like this is like the thing to say in land use and, no parking minimums. And it sounds good, but now that like I have to vote on it, I just want to understand the why behind it. Like, what is this?
Councilmember Isles,
what
would
is
you
this
respond as a person who proposed this?
Sure. This was my thing. So the reason I put it in there is because I want it to be easier, and I want there to be less red tape when it comes to development downtown. I don't think the market will decide. A developer isn't going to build something and not include what's necessary or what they assess the market as deeming as necessary. And we have the safety of having 3 large parkades that are drastically underused. And so there's no point in insisting that developers have parking in their developments downtown that's not being used, that increases the cost of building, makes building harder. We claim, or at least some of us claim, that we want more units and we want to eliminate red tape. And so this is one of the things that makes it easier to develop downtown. That doesn't mean that a building won't have parking attached to it. It just means that we're not requiring X amount of parking. And like you said, every developer is going to have to come up with a parking plan for their structure. Council and the Land Use Commission will decide whether that plan is sufficient. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I guess my follow-up question to staff is just, again, with our current code, we've had situations where someone was able to reduce the amount of on-site parking and lease space as needed. And so if you could just help me understand
That is correct, Councilmember Burns.
how that happened, and how this thing we're talking about now could make that easier. I guess I'm trying to understand.
So those proposals that come before you that do not meet the parking minimums in our existing code have to request a major variation from our zoning, which requires Land Use Commission review and recommendation and City Council approval. What this would do is potentially streamline that process, which we talked about earlier in the evening as wanting to make our process more predictable and streamlined. This would avoid the need for a future major variation because we're not establishing a minimum that all developments must meet.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rodgers.
Just a couple quick questions or comments. There's some place in the code, and I couldn't, or in the, in the new proposal, I could not find anywhere that talked about the importance of parking downtown. I couldn't find it off the top of my head, but I noticed it when I was going through, and I noticed that it was in conflict with this proposal, knowing that elimination of parking minimums would come forward. Also, Ms. Williams, you mentioned that the parking being a major variation, going through land use and city council. But what I'm also hearing is everybody has to come up with a parking plan. Anything involving parking is required to go to land use for a recommendation to city council, correct?
That is correct, but that does not mean a future zoning code would need to specify that.
Okay. Again, I'll just reiterate the point that I have a problem if we're simplifying things to ask people to then justify their parking. I would much rather see a reduced down elimination so that negotiation is on the table. And I know how everybody hates the word negotiation, but that's all a planned development is a negotiation. So I cannot support this.
Still no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Hadakatis.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Isles and I are on the same page on this. This is one of, I remember Councilmember Reed was really big on this as well, the getting rid of the parking minimums. I read this book, Paved Paradise, this is one of the things that leads to things being expensive. So we are building parking that we don't really need. We are having to ask for variations or variances and extending this process. And this is like a key piece that I think is leading to everything being expensive. I think, this is one of the very few times when I think letting the market decide makes sense. I think we really have to simplify and streamline things and get this off the books. One thing that Councilmember Davis mentioned about parking downtown, I think visually people are drawn to open spaces, and so people kind of have a little bit of a bias against going in a parking garage because it's not right in front of you. And also from research I've read, people tend to always overestimate how far away they parked from someplace. They always think they're much further away than they actually are. And so I know people really get bent out of shape about parking, but I think this is a really big piece in how we get to making things more affordable downtown.
No one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly.
One, I would say, I think we would need data to make the claim that developers will develop with adequate parking if there aren't any minimums. I think their bottom line, they're looking to make a profit, so I don't think we can necessarily say that without data, that developers will necessarily build sufficient parking in. But also I'm concerned about the corridors part here. I'm wondering if we could amend this, because there are certain corridors in Evanston that don't have access really, or near access to public transportation. I'm thinking west on Central Street. So I think I would like to see this amended to remove the corridor section. I just think we have too many corridors that are not near, and I know it says reduce, but that are not near public transportation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to strike the words "and reduce along corridors." Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Councilmember Isles on this amendment?
I'd be open to a friendly amendment that says transit adjacent corridors, so it takes away what you're talking about and then along Central Street, something like that, if that solves that problem.
Okay, I accept that as a friendly amendment. I still have some issues with the eliminate word, but I accept that as a friendly amendment.
So Councilmember Kelly withdraws her motion, replaces it with a motion to make a friendly amendment to add the words transit adjacent between the word along and the word corridors.
And I got a question on that.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to make the pitch for reducing, if not eliminating parking minimums, especially downtown. That speaks directly to, I'm going to say, at least 3 of our city council goals, those namely being affordable housing, those being climate action, and city finances. I would rather build housing for people than building housing for cars, especially if those parking spaces are built and not used. Requiring more parking spaces than are needed drives up the cost of housing. We saw that in the Amley development on Chicago Avenue, which was built according to the old parking requirements. And I believe to this day they still have empty parking spots in their garage. Requiring developers to invest in parking spaces means they have to increase the rent on the dwelling units. In terms of climate action, it's fairly obvious that the fewer cars on the road, the better we are, the better off we will be in terms of carbon emissions. And if we do not build parking, drivers will not come. if we don't build parking in, or if we don't require parking in residential buildings, the folks who move into those buildings will be folks who don't have cars and are not looking for parking spots. If a developer wants to appeal to, to folks who do have cars, the developer is at their own option can put in parking spaces. We're not at this point contemplating imposing a maximum. The developer can still put in parking spaces. Or the developer could work out a deal with the city, and this speaks to our city council goal of improving city finances. We have excess capacity in city-owned downtown garages that we have been happy and will continue to be happy to lease to residential buildings, which allows them to offer parking to their tenants and provide some income for the city. So certainly downtown, it makes sense to eliminate parking minimums. I do want to make the distinction that further out in the neighborhoods, it can be a different set of scenarios, and I think we should honestly reflect that in our consideration in the language here. So I am comfortable voting on the amended motion in front of us.
On the amendment first.
No, this is a friendly amendment, so it doesn't require a vote.
Oh, it doesn't require.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns.
And so still on this, so are we saying this question is for staff that that when it comes to parking, that it wouldn't be something that the land use commissioners would evaluate, like that part of it would just, the developer would submit a parking plan, but that part of it would just go directly to council for consideration?
I'm not saying that at all, because we haven't gotten to the point of drafting any type of zoning regulations. So this would be further discussed as part of the zoning code revisions. My understanding is this is going in the narrative section early on in the Getting Around chapter, where it's discussing parking specifically. Further items down the list deal with policies or actions more specific to parking minimums and the desire of council at that point.
Okay, and maybe we should have moved those at the same time, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is, because I get kind of the soapbox explanation. I know it well. The reality is that we're already achieving that. As I said earlier, there are already developers who have not built on-site parking, or at least as much, and are currently have plans to lease out city parking garages. That is currently happening today in 2025. So what I'm trying to understand is, cool, if this is going to streamline the process, how? That's important to me, because I don't want to just support something that's meaningless. I want to understand the meaning behind it. And more importantly, I want the public, who obviously is going to be concerned about this, to also understand the meaning behind it. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, is in some scenario where I can understand how this would be easier, which if it wasn't something that needed to be negotiated, debated, et cetera, at land use, then it's something that only council would take on, that would streamline parking, right? I'd understand that. So so that's, if somebody can help me with that. And then and maybe it's in the parking policy that's to come. Stating eliminating obviously parking in our comp plan does not make it so, right? We still have to change our zoning code for that to happen, correct?
I think
there'll be another opportunity to talk about this.
Yeah, and I think that's really the answer to your fundamental question. The details of how this would be implemented would be in the zoning code. It would not. Yeah. It could be the case that the zoning code would say not a word about parking whatsoever, and would provide no venue or opportunity for the Land Use Commission or council to weigh in on parking access, but that would probably be unlikely. And what would be much likelier is that there would be something in there that would not be a mathematical formula with a floor that's derived by in a mechanical way, but rather something else.
Okay.
To be
and I just want folks to know that part of this, some of this is for me, but also a lot of this is for the general public. I think they need to understand these things. and not just hear kind of the slogans, but understand some of the deeper meanings. And then last thing, Central Street is public transit adjacent, right? I just want to be clear on that. I don't know. I heard Central Street, maybe I misunderstood that, but that's right next to the Metro. Are we not considering that? I want to make sure I understand this amendment and how, it would affect Central Street in particular.
Central Street is certainly a transit adjacent corridor and therefore would be one of the corridors where you would expect this to result in reduction of parking minimums.
That's how I feel. I just want to make sure that that's the understanding, and that's all. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so on the topic of Central Street, I talk to Mike constantly because I take issue with the word reduce, and I would like to make a motion to change it to right size. If we find it to be the case that we can reduce minimums and it makes sense and it's like based on some type of finding, I'm okay with it. But on my based on my experience from the feedback I get from constituents, the Metro stop on Central and Green Bay, the parking lot in that area is constantly filled from 9 to 8 p.m., 9 a.m. to about like 6 p.m. So, or actually earlier than that, I'd say 8 to 6. So, and then the parking lot that is on Central Street, right next to Ryan Field. I was just talking with Mike about that like a week ago, and the wait list has not moved in like a year or two, and that lot is also constantly filled. But on a similar note, I reached out to Sarah, and I know Alex is in the email, but maybe not Liz, because I get people in the transit-oriented developments on Central Street who email me complaining because they're not eligible for on-street parking, and they want on-street parking permits and passes. And the reason I emailed Sarah and Alex was to ask them to put the draft lease, model lease that we have available on Evanston's website, making landlords give some type of notice and have a signed acknowledgement from tenants that they're not eligible for on-street parking. But my main point is that, like, even when I'm trying to deal with stuff relating to Ryan Field and all the construction happening in the area, I reach out to the hospital and ask them if they have open spots they can give to the community or for events, and they tell me no, they're completely booked as well. So I'm not sure, I'm not comfortable with us saying that we're going to reduce parking across the board for every area. And that's why I would like the idea of right sizing. Because again, if we find in some places, or even if I'm perhaps drastically wrong, and it's just me and Mike are somehow both wrong about the parking situation that we're having on Central Street, then, it is what it is. But I don't like the idea of us reducing and then just causing problems because we like the idea and we don't want to acknowledge the fact that we do have some areas and we do have residents that need to commute, that need cars, and that's not going to go away, anytime soon. I'll point out that personally, my husband lives in a northern suburb, and he lives with me, but he works in a northern suburb, and I work in Chicago. So there is no way for us to coexist without one of us having a car. And in particular, where he works in a northern suburb is not accessible by public transit. And so this idea that we have to acknowledge that there are a set of people in order to make a living will have to have cars. And what that percentage is, I'm not sure. But this idea that we can kind of force people into public transit across the board is unrealistic. And I guess so what I'm making a motion for, as I mentioned, is that I would like us to change the word reduce to right size.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Davis moves to amend the motion by replacing the word reduce with right size. Will the clerk please take the...
But did you mean the eliminate or just the reduce word?
Just so I'm okay with limiting.
She's talking about
downtown.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But
so eliminate downtown, but right size along corridors.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and the word reduce is now replaced with the hyphenated word right size. At this time, no one's requesting to speak for a second time, so we'll go back to Councilmember Kelly for a third time, and I would just flag that we're about to have the same conversation again potentially, and just urge us to be as concise as we can with our discussion. Councilmember Kelly?
So a little bit in line with what Councilmember Davis said, I just wonder if folks would consider, explore eliminating the same way we're doing that in another section, so that, because the devil is in the details in the comprehensive plan. What's written in the comprehensive plan will be guiding our zoning, and if we say eliminate parking minimums, that is a pretty...
Do you have a motion?
I'm not allowed to explain myself. I know you're in a hurry, but I just want to make it clear. I also think there's a lot of feeling in this community. There's a lot of elderly folks, there are disabled folks, and I think there is a feeling of generally, I've heard a lot of sentiment that they feel the city's often ageist. And I think we have to consider the populations that we serve, and especially downtown. Being a downtown alderman, I mean, there are a lot of elderly folks and are not getting around using public transportation. So anyway, so I'd like to make a motion that we insert the word explore eliminating parking minimums.
Is there a second?
I would second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to replace the word eliminate with the words explore eliminating. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there is a tie. I break the tie by voting no. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails, and the word eliminate remains. Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor?
That's all.
Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll? I'm going to read out loud my understanding of what this says. It says eliminate parking minimums downtown and explore, is that right?
Right size.
Sorry. Thank you, everybody. Eliminate parking minimums downtown and right size along transit adjacent corridors. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Okay. Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly, sorry, it's been late. I've been here all day. Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and item 7B, as just modified, is going to be in the next version. Is there a motion on item 7C?
Mr. Mayor, I will make the motion on 7C, which, to be even more explicit than is outlined in the packet, is to replace some wording in the draft with the wording that is in our packet. The wording we're talking about is on page 59 of the uncommented upon draft. It appears in purple. And this is under the parking section. I leave the first paragraph as is. I leave the first sentence of the second paragraph as is, but I replace the rest of the second paragraph with the wording that we see in front of us. Rather than rehashing the same conversation, I'll let you all read it, and if there are any other questions, we can discuss it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I will second.
Councilmember Nusma moves the adoption of the language in option 1 of item 7C. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Rodgers.
I would like to have some language here. This isn't quite an accurate statement that historic parking requirements for multifamily buildings have in some cases, especially near transit, resulted in an oversupply of parking spaces. I live in an area that is a historic area which had no parking or very little parking in it, and we do not have an oversupply of parking. So if you want to say recent parking requirements for multifamily, but I don't think the statement as it stands is accurate.
Well, it does say have in some cases, not all cases. So it does accommodate that concern, in my opinion.
I think it's still somewhat misleading in the statement and trying to justify a position. But
Is there a motion you would care to make?
I don't know. I mean, after the last vote, I don't know that it really matters what I make a motion to vote, but I will make a motion anyway saying that previous parking requirements for multifamily buildings, so substituting the word historic with previous, are not previous, what's the word I'm looking for? Recent.
Is there a second?
So we're replacing the word
Historic with recent.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second that. Yeah, I'll second.
Councilmember.
I mean, I can accept that as a friendly
so
amendment.
All right, so there's a friendly amendment to replace the word historic with the word recent. Councilmember Rodgers, you still have the floor. Anything else?
No, that's fine.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Kelly.
I just wanted to get a sense, I guess, from Jonathan. What other places have you been hearing about where multifamily, where there's an oversupply of parking spaces? Like where else in Evanston do you hear about this happening besides downtown?
We've got data that I can share with you on Amley and the Albion and some other projects as well. There's data that I'll share with you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
That was my question. So the Albion has a surplus, an abundance of extra parking?
I have data that I'll.
But I just want, could you just name a couple of them?
I can if you give me some time to dig it all up, but I think we're having the same exact conversation here, so that we've just had.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis, is your hand back up? No. Okay.
To be downtown. Sorry.
No problem. So what we have before us is option 1, except historic has been replaced with recent. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Sufferton? No. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries. And option 1, with that one word change, it will be in the next version. Now on item 7D, is there a motion?
I move to accept the change in 7D.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves addition of the language in item 7D. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I wonder if we could change the word eliminate also to right size parking minimums. If there would be a second, I'd like to motion to replace eliminate with right size.
Councilmember Kelly moves to amend this by replacing eliminate with right size. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to amend? So on replace eliminate with right size.
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there is a tie. I break the tie by voting no. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, that amendment is not made. I think Councilmember Kelly still has the floor.
Thank you. So do we have an end time tonight? We're going on 4 hours in this meeting, and I would actually suggest that we end at 4 hours. I mean, that's a long time to be in a meeting.
I would very strongly suggest that we finish our work, but of course, the majority of council can overrule me at any time.
So I would like to motion that we end, I think 4 hours, we owe it to our residents to be fresh and able to really continue concentrating. I think asking us to stay here beyond 4 hours is too much, so I'd like to motion that we end after, that we end at 9.
Notwithstanding the fact that our current rules begin with the adjournment rule, I can't remember what it says. Cynthia, is a motion to adjourn in order while we have another motion before us?
Motion isn't to adjourn, I don't think. The motion is to set a time for adjournment.
Is a motion to set a time for adjournment in order at all, actually?
It has to be a motion to adjourn. I don't think you can set a motion to set a time for adjournment. And the motion to adjourn has to be while there is no other motion on the floor.
Okay, so when the other motions have been dispensed with, you can make a motion to adjourn at any time.
But there's not a motion right now on the floor.
There is. That's the motion to adopt this thing with
7D.
7D. Exactly. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
So wait a minute, I'm sorry. So
There's a motion on the floor.
I understand
for
this. Yes,
Let's finish
okay.
this and then have that discussion.
Okay.
Councilmember Rodgers, followed by Davis.
Could someone explain to me, when we're talking about underutilized parking lots and identifying them as potential for development, are we talking about the city lots that we have scattered throughout, like Lot 18, Lot
1 is a very good example of it. Lot 1, the one that's being developed in the 3rd Ward by the cemetery, that's a good example of it.
Then I guess my question is, what do we determine underutilized? I mean, that one obviously was horribly underutilized, but where do we make that call? And again, I'll just kind of raise the issue of if we're eliminating parking spaces, we have a development going in downtown. My understanding is it's going in on a parking area that's going to affect parking for the Y. And the Y is looking for additional parking now. So I just want to know what standards are we using to determine if something's underutilized? If there isn't one, that's fine.
Yeah, I think this is an action that would need further research and exploration before any changes would happen.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis.
I'm just requesting that we use the same language that we did for 7B and 7C, where there's a little bit more nuance with regards to the areas near public transit. So I would like to make a motion that we basically copy and paste the sentence that we agreed upon for 7B and put it in 7D, which I believe would be recommendation to eliminate parking minimums downtown and right size along corridors. And then it would continue on, also assess all parking lots to determine which are underused and add them to the pool of plots potentially available for the development of housing. I would just really like the consistency.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
So there's a friendly amendment. I want to read it out loud because I think I understand it. So, but it would be to replace the first sentence fragment, I guess, of 7D with recommendation to eliminate parking minimums downtown and right size along transit adjacent corridors, period. Councilmember Davis, did I get that right?
Yes, also while maintaining everything else about the parking lots, but yeah.
Well, and then
Parking
the
lots
second,
and
the rest is the same, right? So that what I just read out loud is the part that
Yep.
changes and the rest is unchanged. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, and that's accepted as a friendly amendment. Councilmember Davis, you still have the floor.
That's it.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and item 7D with the change to the first portion that was just read out loud will be in the next draft. Councilmember Kelly?
So I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn at 9. I think 4 hours is a long enough meeting time.
So the only motion that's in order is a motion to adjourn. Now it is 8:59, so you're pretty close. Councilmember Kelly moves to adjourn. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. On item 8A, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I actually would make a motion to adjourn at 10 o'clock.
I'll second that.
I think Cynthia told us that wasn't in order.
That motion is acceptable under Robert's Rules of Order. As long as a specific time, it's a main motion. As long as it's introduced, it introduces new business and therefore is an actionable motion.
I didn't want to interrupt. Are you finished?
Yes.
Can I respond? Okay. A motion to adjourn at a specific time is problematic in this instance because you cannot make a motion to adjourn to interrupt another motion. So the issue here is that you will not be done necessarily at exactly 10 o'clock with respect to another motion that may be on the floor.
Are you saying that his characterization of Robert's rules is incorrect?
Yes.
Real at 10.
So as long as we finished a motion and we're not interrupting one, we can adjourn at 10. If it means 10:05, then so be it.
I mean, I think this is I really like Councilmember Newsman's suggestion. Are you okay, Councilmember Rodgers, just waiting till 10 and making the motion then?
I'm fine doing it that way.
Okay,
yes.
I just don't want to fight about the Roberts rules right now. Is there a motion on item A8?
I'll make a motion to adopt A8.
8A.
8A.
Second it.
Councilmember Isles moves the adoption of the language in item 8A. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Kelly. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is added. Now on item 8B.
Mayor, a quick question, please.
Yep. Councilmember Burns?
It would be helpful to know how people are feeling about 10 p.m. just so I can, prepare myself so I know how to prepare myself for the rest of the evening. So can we do that at least?
Yeah, can I just, sorry, Councilmember, this is really unfair to you. I'm going to ask for a show of hands. Can you raise your hand if you think you're probably going to be ready to adjourn at 10? Or if you would have voted yes on Councilmember Rodgers' motion? It's looking sort of 50-50, maybe a little shy of 50 at this time, although maybe an hour from now people will be more tired.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Item 8B. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item 8B to add a new section, carbon emissions, with the text that appears in the packet.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsom moves addition of the text in item 8B. Councilmember Hedekati seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have drafted this text in collaboration with leadership from the Environment Board and some other community members active in climate action. I think adding this text acknowledges the importance of climate action as one of our city council goals, and I've attempted to capture these concepts without getting too wordy.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I'm sorry, and I apologize for asking this, but can you give us a real quick update on the healthy building ordinance? It just would help give me a better idea as to.
We've passed the healthy building ordinance.
Know
The ordinance requires 2 committees to be established. Those committees have been established. The individuals have been appointed to those committees. To my knowledge, those committees have not yet met.
They haven't met yet. And we receive the funding.
I cannot answer that question.
Can anybody answer that question? Nobody knows if we got all that money?
Yep. The last I heard, our chances were better than we thought they might be.
Okay, so, I mean, that.
Right. And I'm sorry, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I'm just wondering if there should be a qualifying sentence here with regard to the healthy building ordinance. I mean, committees haven't met yet. We don't know if we have the funding. Okay, I'm going to pass for the moment.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the new section is added. Now on item 8C, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move item 8C, which is to add a new policy. If we haven't already done that on the consent portion, we did do that. So just getting that confirmation. Policy number 1 has already been added. So the motion is to add these action items underneath policy item number 1. And again, these action items were developed in consultation with relevant community stakeholders.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves adoption of the actions ENV 1.1 through 1.7. Councilmember Heracariz seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the actions will be added in. Now on item 8D, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move nothing while I take a minute to review this one. I'm going to move option 3, slightly modified. Option 3. So what I'm going to move is implement a deconstruction ordinance to encourage the reclamation and reuse of building materials.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves adoption of option 3. Councilmember Heracariz seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
Could you explain why you want option 3?
Deconstruction ordinance would, the idea is to divert waste from going to a landfill and reuse that, any material that can be productively reused. By not just taking a wrecking ball, knocking down an old building, hauling it away in a dumpster, but carefully removing fixtures, material, that can be reused elsewhere.
Okay, so option 3, it's the main point that it's not optional and that it has the reclaiming of the use.
Right,
That's-
and, you know,
that's
this.
where it differs from.
There
I just
is,
wanted
or there has been a referral on this, which perhaps I need to refresh for this council, but there's been a lot of work. An ordinance is in development and will be forthcoming.
Okay, so the idea then in number 3 is that it would be, there would be a deconstruction ordinance that would be mandated. I just want to contrast those with the other ones. The first one would be optional. We don't want it to be optional. We want it to be mandatory. Am I understanding that correct?
Right. The deconstruction ordinance will be mandatory to the extent to which the ordinance will require deconstruction is a topic for discussion when we consider that ordinance itself.
I mean, that's what differs, right, from 1 and 3 is the optional?
Option 3 just captures the direction we have been heading, and hopefully will.
I mean, I see that as the main difference, whether it's optional or not. Am I mistaken?
Right, so option 1 includes the word optional, which makes it sound like a builder, developer could choose to not follow that ordinance. That's not the case.
Okay.
I hope that's not the case.
No, that's good. No, I just want to make sure I was understanding the rationale for 3.
And the difference between 2 and 3 is just the addition of the word reclamation.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
Councilmember Rodgers.
I would just say that if we're going to do this, we really need to make sure that we have people willing to take materials. I've worked in a very old building, and I have, if anybody needs it, I have a 1920s water faucet and an old cast iron wall sink.
Very good point, and that level of detail is very relevant to the discussion we will have when this ordinance comes before us.
Yep, just throwing that out there now, because I was leaning more towards 1 for the optional reason because of the fact that that's a concern.
So option 3 with the word reclamation is the motion.
So would the clerk please take the roll? And again, this is on option 3 with the essential, sort of the grammatical typo corrected, reclaim being replaced by reclamation.
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and option 3 with the grammatical typo corrected is added in. Now on item 9A, is there a motion?
I will move 9A, delete until the national average is met in policy number 8.
Second.
And that,
Councilmember Hadakaris moves deletion of until the national average is met. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rodgers.
Thank you. I wonder if whoever put this in here, if they could explain the context and why it's in here.
I think that was me, so I can do that. If we wanted to meet the national average, that would require finding another 200 acres of property to turn into a park. Page 152 of the draft document says we only have 14 acres of vacant land. And so I just want to manage expectations. Like, there is no conceivable way, unless we take the entire Northwestern campus and remove the university and turn that into a park, which some people might like, there's no way we're going to get to the national average.
So obviously, we all appreciate green space and want to preserve our green space. Could that be modified to something with like a goal of, or,
Yeah, so
could we
the
make
way
a friendly amendment to
it would
say-
read, should this motion carry, would be for policy statement number 8 to read, develop a plan to increase parkland as it becomes available, prioritizing areas with the greater need. So definitely we want to increase, no doubt about that.
Right.
But we can't aim for something that we are never, ever going to get.
Agree, but I wonder if there's something rather than just so that we really are pushing ourselves to increase green space, canopy coverage, a way to modify that rather than just kind of removing it altogether. so that we're at least striving to,
I think the
I
striving
don't
is
have-
already built in there with the word increase.
okay, can you, I'm sorry, because it's just this one part, I mean, so many different documents. Can you read it again, the part with?
So develop a plan to increase parkland as it becomes available, prioritizing areas with a greater need.
Could we say increase and remove as it becomes available, so that we're making a concerted effort to improve our green space, the quantity of green space?
If the friendly amendment is to strike the phrase "as it becomes available," I can live with
To
that.
increase, so can you read it back
Yeah.
without that?
So it would then read, I'm going to modify the motion.
Okay.
To make policy statement 8 read as follows. Develop a plan to increase parkland, prioritizing areas with a greater need.
Okay.
So the friendly amendment is to, what happens now is the policy number 8 will read as follows. Please tell me if I got this wrong. Spoiler alert, you're going to tell me that I got this wrong. Develop a plan to increase parkland, prioritizing areas with greater need.
Was
Close
it green
enough.
space or parkland?
Parkland is what's in the draft.
Okay,
Cynthia?
I guess.
I believe you mean number 9, not number 8. You said number 8.
It's 8.
It's 8. Within chapter 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
So we're looking at page 75?
Yeah.
And
Policy
just-
statement number 8 in chapter 9.
Okay. I apologize. Sorry.
And just so I'm clear, if, I mean, maybe, Liz, you could tell us the difference between parkland and green space? Is it synonymous?
I believe parkland is stuff that is owned and operated either by the city or one of the local park districts within our community. And I believe our parks plan does look at both parks and open space. Isn't it the Parks and Open Space Strategic Plan is what the draft is called?
Okay, so.
Green space could be privately owned.
Right.
Like the
Okay, so
lawn in
that's what,
front of your
that's what I
house
want.
is green
Okay,
space.
so park space refers to green space that's publicly owned, basically. Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Rodgers, you were in the queue, right?
We approved this on our consent agenda with the other language, so we're kind of going against what we approved on our consent agenda. So I'm fine. I'm just making everyone aware that we are now undoing what we did
No.
a couple days ago.
No, what was added the other day was to incorporate, instead of, it said land, you added parkland and prioritizing areas with the greatest need. So it still encapsulates the consent agenda item that you voted on at the last meeting.
Number 8 says, develop a plan to increase parkland as it becomes available in areas with a greater need for more parkland until the national average is met. Did we change that when we adopted it? I'm fine moving forward with this. I just want us all to be aware that we voted for something else a week ago or a month ago or whenever we did that, and now we're changing that language.
Stand by.
You have the consent from last week. Aaron, do you have the consent from last week?
I have it right in front of me. Last week on consent, we replaced land with parkland. And we added prioritizing,
Correct, that's what I said,
which
yeah.
is what you said. That was
So you're
item
not,
9.
you're not overwriting what you did last time?
Yeah.
It is just
So even though we adopted
reducing it.
that phrasing with that, so it's not what we adopted. We only changed one word?
You added the word parkland, and you replaced land with parkland, and you added the word prioritizing.
What we did not do on consent was strike the clause for more parkland until the national average is met.
Correct.
That's what we're doing now.
Well,
That's
this
the
is
only
getting
thing
kind
we're
of
doing now.
confusing.
So you're just deleting.
No, I get all of that, but I mean, when you've got 5 documents and we're deleting some things on one part, but consent agending on another part of it, it gets very confusing.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for first time. We go back to Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, and I don't know if this would be the appropriate place to amend this, but could I amend it to say, with a goal of park space within a 10-minute walk or roll or wheel or whatever for every resident? Is there somewhere to put that in this one right here? So that we're looking at ensuring that everybody is walking distance.
I think that level.
Is that somewhere else?
I love the idea. I think that level of detail has a home in the parks plan and can be addressed there.
But I think that is, I think we mention here, can you read the whole statement again since it's not here? What we have, I'm sorry.
So what I'm proposing for 8, policy statement 8 would read as follows. Develop a plan to increase parkland as it becomes available, prioritizing areas with the greater need, period.
We took out as it becomes available.
I'm sorry, we
That's
took
right.
out as it becomes, yes.
So increase parkland.
Develop a plan to increase parkland, prioritizing areas with a greater need.
I would like to add, and ensuring that, or striving for parklands to be within 10-minute walk or accessible within 10 minutes for all residents.
Like I said, I like the idea. I'm not like, why not 5? Why not 12? Like, I think that level of detail is appropriate in the parks plan.
Okay. Okay, well, I'd like to motion that we add that. I don't know if that would be considered friendly or not, but striving towards parkland accessibility within 10 minutes of all residents.
I think it's your motion that's being amended.
I would prefer not to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so you could make the motion, and then we'll have a vote. So the motion is to, at the end of the sentence, instead of stopping at greater need, say striving for access for all residents within a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, walk or whatever your mode is. I don't know, is there a way to say that so that you include wheelchair and within a 10-minute jaunt? I don't know. Okay.
Saunter?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Okay. All right.
The motion fails for lack of a second. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion, which has been amended in a friendly way once?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the item 9A, as has been amended in a friendly fashion, is accepted. Councilmember Rodgers.
I just want to make sure if we have any other language. I know we talk about the park national average and everything so that we're consistent. And if any of the other narratives anywhere have language about meeting it, that we are consistently removing that as well.
Staff has noted that recommendation and will make sure that there's no conflicts.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion on item 9B?
Yes, I want to make a motion on 9B, which is not exactly what's shown in our packet, but rather than deleting that section, I would like to strike the word is and insert the word has been. So the sentence would now read, the award-winning Merrick Rose Garden has been another gem of Evanston's park system, et cetera, acknowledging that it is not at the current time what it used to be and what it should be.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to replace the existing sentence, replace the word is with has been in the existing sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So is this the existing conditions, I'm sorry, section, or no? This is existing conditions?
Yes.
Okay. All right, this is all just describing existing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No, I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis, is your hand up? Is that what just happened?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
Councilmember
had
Davis.
a quick question for Councilmember Nusma.
Yes.
Were you the one who recommended deleting this?
I did not recommend deleting. I think that was a misinterpretation. I'm recommending
Oh,
changing
okay.
the wording.
Okay, that was it then. Thank you.
Now, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the word is replaced with the words has been in the sentence referenced in item 9B. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I would like to suggest that we move to our vision statement. Since the housing, I don't think it has to be as contentious as it's been or divisive. I think that most of us are really looking for the same thing. And I feel like if we worked right now on our vision statement and had some discussion, that might be more appropriate, given that the likelihood is we're going to end at 10 also. I think that might be a way to build a little more consensus and collaborative work.
So I don't personally have a strong feeling one way or the other. I think if that's the wish of the council, that's fine. I would flag that Councilmember Rodgers emailed around a draft earlier that was negotiated at least with some folks. So I would respectfully suggest that if we wanted to move to the vision statement, maybe it would make sense to start with a motion to adopt that version with an understanding that there would potentially be further amendments.
I move to adopt Councilmember Rodgers' vision statement that he emailed around.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Davis moves to adopt the following vision statement, which I will read out loud in its entirety. Evanston is a vibrant and inclusive community which celebrates its arts, culture, history, and urban landscape. Residents of all incomes and backgrounds enjoy stable housing in neighborhoods linked by a robust network of transportation options. Our thriving economy supports residents, draws local visitors, and creates local job opportunities. Our lakefront, abundant parks, and open spaces provide a strong sense of well-being and connection to nature. We address our changing climate by advancing bold sustainability initiatives. We acknowledge our past and strive for a better future. Councilmember Rodgers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
I'm fully in support of this. Having worked with Councilmember Rodgers on this, he took a whack at it. I took a whack at it. Then we put our heads together and kind of combined the best of both of ours and bringing back in some language from the original draft. So it would be wonderful if we could just vote and approve this.
If you could just allow a couple minutes to read it. Can we project that for residents?
So I have a question that might be specifically for Liz, but there was a mention that I think that I made and maybe another council member about any consideration of the financial aspects for community development and just like comprehensive plan in general. Is that not considered an appropriate consideration or set of goals to put in place, or would it be unreasonable to have a chapter dedicated to that? I ask in relation to the vision statement because I'm wondering, do we want to talk about the idea of where we are as a city financially and how we're handling our finances with respects to taxes and everything of that nature?
I would say that the comprehensive plan is intended to focus on strategies around land use and future development of the community. Fiscal responsibility could be something within the proposed vision statement, but I am not aware of a lot of communities having dedicated chapters to financial components of the municipal operations. If you would like to contemplate that, perhaps it would be appropriate under the community systems chapter, but it does seem a little beyond scope and probably warrants its own strategic plan.
Okay. Do we have a strategic plan as it applies to finances for the city?
I am not aware of one.
Okay. Well, it just seems to me that most of what our conversation is really dominated around is when we talk about housing, for example, it's about affordability. When we talk about attracting, commercial businesses, it's so that people can, get gainful employment and have money. And so it just seems to me that there should be some mention of, I guess, how we view our land use in relation to what our financial goals are as a city. And for example, are we trying to, I don't know, when we decide to whether or not we want to raise taxes, or if we're going to keep taxes, or if we are going to require community benefits or not, there's clearly some type of financial aspect that happens when we talk about, investing in particular community lots and things of that nature. So I guess maybe what we want is we want financial well-being for our residents, I suppose. And I kind of would like to see something along those lines in this vision statement. We don't talk about whether or not, we talk about our residents enjoying stable housing, but maybe we want to instead talk about our residents having a sense of just overall well-being, whether it's health, financial, mental health, and everything of that nature, and how that interplays with everything that we kind of do. That's it. I'm done.
So may I respond? I did submit a paragraph addressing at least having a mention about the finance and budget. So I'm going to send that. There's so much of mine that is not in here. So I'm just going to send that just to respond to Councilmember Davis's question. And I wrote, the city will strengthen fiscal, by the way, I did find many cities that do now. This is becoming more and more common to have a section in the comp plan on finance and budget. The city will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability by improving budgetary transparency, controlling discretionary spending, and prioritizing investments that enhance affordability and livability. These measures aim to reduce the financial burden on residents by maintaining efficient public services without unnecessary tax increases. I think there's more, but I'm going to send that part along. That's what I had asked to be included.
And that is in the packet in the items not included, just as a reference if you want to save your time.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Kelly, I just received the language that I presume everyone else did.
Sorry. So it's discussion item along with some other sections that I added. So.
But are you making a motion to add these sentences into the vision statement?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Kelly has sent around, let's see.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not into the vision statement. I apologize. I would like to have some portion of it added into the vision statement, but I did send that as reference to a separate section that I had submitted, for finance and budget, but I think that some portion of that could be incorporated to reflect our goals on the finance and budget level. Okay, one moment. And I'd ask the maker, Matt Rodgers, if you think any portion of this could blend into your statement, which I support everything that you wrote, but just to put in that component. If even the last sentence, the city aims to reduce financial burden on residents by maintaining efficient public services without unnecessary tax increases. I do like saying that we're prioritizing investments that enhance affordability.
So I wanted to make a motion that, sorry.
Go ahead, I cede.
Do I have permission, Chair?
So Councilmember Kelly, you've relinquished the floor? Okay, so yes, Councilmember Davis, followed by Isles, followed by Hadakaris.
Yeah, so I just emailed a statement, and I think what I was actually getting at is that, we talked a lot about, we briefly talked about the food deserts that exist in some areas of the city. And so I don't see much of a mention of like the physical and mental well-being. So making sure that there is walkable, like when we were talking about the, having walkable corner stores and everything of that nature. And so what I'd like is just a statement that says that, as I emailed before, oh my gosh, sorry about that. It's not included. All residents have access to the necessities required for physical and mental well-being. And I'd like that statement to be before our thriving economy. And so my motion is to add that sentence, which I did email to everyone. Did not the first time, my apologies, but did the second time.
Councilmember Davis moves to add after the second and before the third sentence of the draft of the current proposal, the following sentence: all residents have access to the necessities required for physical and mental well-being. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there a Councilmember Nusma? Followed by Rodgers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully appreciate and accept and endorse this concept. But when Councilmember Rodgers and I were crafting this language, we were very careful to keep it lean and not have it be kind of a reiteration of any number of points that appear later in the document. So I am going to acknowledge the complete validity of the concept, but argue for not including it in a very lean and succinct vision statement.
Councilmember Rodgers.
I would just kind of reiterate that same thing. I mean, we had to be, Councilmember Newsome had to give up some language. I had to give up some language because we were starting to get too involved. And we wanted to keep it, again, a very lean, very simple statement that went beyond, hey, Evanston is great. But also, I looked at Ann Arbor's, and theirs was like 8 paragraphs long. And it's like, that's not a vision statement, that's a document.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Somewhat related. Do we want to swap out which with that? I think grammatically that is correct. I don't want to be that guy, but
You can be that guy. Like I said,
I
we were
think that
writing
gets
this-
rid of your little red line. I mean, it's a friendly amendment, it's a
That's
suggestion.
fine.
I don't think it changes.
Although technically, I believe Councilmember Davis made the motion, so you have to ask her if that's a friendly amendment.
If it's cool with you, Periel, I think that is probably what we should do.
I think you're going to end up having to make another friendly amendment afterwards, but I'll accept it, yeah.
Councilmember Kelly.
I didn't think we're voting on this amendment, correct?
Yeah, so the thing that before us now is to add the Davis sentence after sentence 2, and then also to swap which for that in the very first clause. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
No.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries. The sentence is added and the which is added. Councilmember Isles, followed by Heracariz.
I had flicked my light on before when I saw the finance and budget comp plan language. I mean, I thought when we started this meeting that we were going to focus on the discussion items, and now we're distracted by the vision plan. We're like, I don't know how many meetings we're going to have before we get to actual housing chapter, which we seem to be avoiding.
Councilmember Heracariz.
I had a comment on the previous motion we just voted on. I'm okay.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. Councilmember Kelly.
I just want to be clear, that was only to provide some language in case we wanted to modify the vision statement with some comment related to budget. I was responding to Councilmember Davis's interest in wanting to know whether that would be appropriate to have something included in there that addressed budget.
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to say I agree. I think a better use of our time right now, I mean, this brief intermission or whatever we're calling it to do this is fine, but I do think at this point we should get back to the agenda. And we can continue to workshop the vision statement, offline and discuss it at our next meeting.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the vision statement as it currently is?
Councilmember Rodgers.
I guess yes.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
I'm sorry, what's the motion?
This is so Councilmember somebody, Davis, let's say, moved the statement that you all drafted. Then there was one amendment that was passed to add a sentence and switch a which to a that. That's now reflected on the screen.
Right.
And so now we're voting on that.
Vision statement.
Vision statement, correct.
Aye. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and that vision statement is accepted. Does someone have a Councilmember Rodgers?
I had my light on to speak to the last minute. I just kind of want to address, I do not think the vision statement of this document is a distraction. It is supposed to be the guiding principle for the entire document. And so to label it as a distraction, I think is very, very wrong. And I've been requesting that we would address this at several city council meetings, and it's not happened. So I'm glad we were able to do it tonight in 10 minutes or whatever we gave it, 15 minutes. But I do not view it as a distraction.
Does someone have a motion on item 10A?
I move to add the item in 10A, the language to develop a plan to help resident aging in place, including wraparound services to put residents in touch with available resources.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Hadakatis moves addition of the action just described. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
I think that point more properly belongs in the following chapter, Chapter 11, Health and Well-Being. That is all.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I feel that it belongs in both places, but with regard to housing, this is about folks remaining in their homes and the housing, and that we have, a significant exodus of residents who can't afford to remain in their actual house. And so this is about that particular housing, whether it's, apartment, condo, or a house, and really addressing that. So that physical space where people are. So I think it does belong under housing.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No, my hand was up.
Councilmember Davis?
When we say a plan, it doesn't always mean a strategic plan, correct? This is just like, we just need to make a consideration or think about it, or is that what's happening here?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so like the likely effect of this is that we would include language in the strategic housing plan revolving around aging in place.
Correct.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you for the clarification. I'm done.
Sorry for the oversight. Now, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers, that was an aye, correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Hadakatis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the action is added. Now on item 10B, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt option 3.
Second.
Councilmember Isles moves adoption of option 3, increase housing supply and housing choices at all income levels. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So I would just like to understand the rationale why you wouldn't want to maintain also the housing choices that we have, particularly the NOAAs, the naturally occurring affordable housing. Like, why don't we want to preserve those? I just want to understand why you don't want that word in there, for those of you who are non-supportive of the word preserve.
You want to know personally why I don't like the word preserve?
Why you wouldn't want to preserve
think it's
naturally
a
occurring
loaded
affordable
word.
housing? Like, so for example, we have
different
so
things
much of
to
that.
different people. And preserve isn't a word that I want to see in the document.
Would you take maintain? Because I just want to say, I agree with what we've heard, that Evanston has an amazing diverse supply of housing, and there are so many starter homes and small homes in this town that are way below the national average in sale price. And so I certainly want to make sure that we're maintaining affordability that we have already. And would you prefer the word, I know people get, some people just hate the word preserve. Is maintain acceptable?
I like option 3. I prefer that one.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to understand, are you not, those of you who are against preserving housing stock that's affordable. That's what I'm hearing, that there's not an interest in preserving our affordable housing stock.
I don't think there's anybody that's going to believe that I'm not in favor of preserving.
I don't think you are.
Naturally occurring affordable housing. So don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, so then that's why I want preserve or maintain.
I think the word preserve is loaded. It's a loaded word with some historical meaning that I don't like.
Okay, then that's why I think these discussions are important, because I agree. I know you are interested, Sean, I have no doubt. And so I think we should work together to figure out that wording, like what can we say that respects the abundant, we have a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing in the city. What wording can we put in there that protects that? Protect? Would that be better? I mean, I just think, I know you do, and I'm not trying to say that you don't, but I'm looking for collaboration here. I believe that we all want to keep the naturally occurring affordable housing that we have, the neighborhoods with the, and we have some in Northwest Evanston, just amazing neighborhoods where starter families can move in and we can have long-term residents, which are so important for our economy. Residents that live in a town beyond 5 years shop more than 3 times to 1 than those that only live for a year. So we want to continue to support long-term residents and low income and middle income. So, so I'm looking just for some way that we can all come to a place where we agree, we can find wording that says we want to protect that housing. And I'm open to other vocabulary.
Councilmember Rodgers, followed by Herakadis, Nusma, Davis.
I just wanted to raise, I think this kind of dovetails into, we tabled something until later, but I think this is that, even though it was a separate thing because we listed one of the goals, and this is where we get into the goals again. Am I crazy? In Evanston tomorrow, chapter 4, we had renamed goal, increase housing diversity. Is this the same section? Is this that same goal? Or are we just using very similar language?
It's very similar language.
Okay.
Councilmember Herakadis, followed by Nusma, Davis.
I think one of the things is like we do have great housing here, but we just don't have enough. And that doesn't mean that increasing the housing supply means that we aren't going to also have measures to try to preserve what's naturally affordable and attainable. It's like we can't, I think, pick and choose and only do one thing and say this is how we're fixing our affordability problem. It's like we have to, in my opinion, make zoning changes and also major policy changes. We can do things policy-wise to protect the single, like the starter homes that I think that a lot of people in the community, myself included, want to preserve, because I think if we do things like increase like the demolition tax and have naturally and say which naturally occurring affordable housing zones are out there, we can make policies to preserve that housing stock. I think that's important, but I also see that in our current landscape of zoning and regulation, we are really bad at fostering an environment where housing that people need gets built. And we have to make major changes in order to create an environment where that happens and we can do things like land trusts. We have to do all these things. So I agree for option 3, that should be where we're landing. But I agree, all these other things, we have to maintain what's out there as well. So it's not it's not or, it's and. We have to do all those things.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Kelly that preserving existing housing stock is important. And in fact, it's so important, it already appears in the draft comprehensive plan as its own separately stated goal. And so I think if we're trying to insert preserve into goal number 2, which says increase, then we don't need it to be separately stated in section 3, which does say preserve existing housing stock, quite simply stated. Now, I don't think anybody, at least from what I'm reading in the packet, is suggesting we eliminate that section. I anticipate there might be some tweaks to the language, maybe some adjustments of the action items, but preserve existing housing stock has its entire own section, which would seem to me to be even a stronger way to support Councilmember Kelly's argument that we mindfully take appropriate measures to preserve what's already here.
Councilmember Davis.
Hand is up.
Councilmember Davis?
Sorry, I was talking and didn't unmute myself. I agree with Councilmember Newsom's point. I did notice number 3 there, and I think that makes sense. To Councilmember Hadakaris' point, though, you mentioned, Councilmember Hadakaris mentioned land trust. And as I mentioned earlier before, I do feel as if we are focusing a lot on specifically increasing supply, but I don't see any language in here that would support the investigation of land trusts, of housing vouchers, of, maybe, no, because I wouldn't consider like trying to, none of these like really explicitly talk about how we will make housing cheaper, with the exception of just supply, which is why I do think that option 2 is a little bit better, because I think the idea of housing affordability necessarily includes the idea of increasing housing supply, but also still maintains it's broad enough to also include the other things that we will have to consider. Because, I read every email that I get, and I've read Sue Lobeck's emails, and every time she states that increasing the housing supply will not be enough by itself, and we will have to do other things. But we're so caught up in housing supply that there is very little discussion or really consideration of what we'll do after that. Keeping in mind that if we do increase supply, but we don't do these other things, I do actually think it is the case that we could end up increasing supply or like liberalizing zoning and not actually making a significant dent in affordability, because we're not explicitly saying that our goal is increasing housing affordability. I'll also note that like increasing housing supply by itself it suggests growth, but I don't think that it necessarily like directly correlates to affordability as much as just explicitly saying that we want to increase affordability or make housing more affordable. So I guess like my question is, I don't quite understand why we would pick option 3 over option 2. And so I'm not sure who made the motion, but the person who did make the motion, do you want to explain why we're not interested in just stating our goal and instead like a way to that goal that could be distorted either way?
I made the motion, and I made it because it's much more specific than option 2.
But it's specific at okay, all right. I suppose like it's just your preference, but I'll point out that it's specific at the detriment of not mentioning the fact that we will have to make other policy changes afterwards, and we're not actually explicitly prioritizing our real goal here. But okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
I think it's important to note that housing supply doesn't just cover newly constructed housing. It can also cover, something like lowering or stabilizing taxes that can unlock existing housing. I meant to mention this earlier, and that's why I think these definitions are incredibly important. In my understanding of housing supply, it is not restricted to just newly built housing, and it absolutely could if we choose to define it that way, because it is defined that way, more generally to address high taxes and other things. And then also, because I mentioned earlier, I was trying my best not to work off several documents. I actually don't think that is possible in what we're doing, because we just spent quite a bit of time talking about something that, as Councilmember Nuspa pointed out, is clearly in policy statement number 3, preserve existing housing stock. So we should definitely all continue to reference the draft comp plan. That's all. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time. We go back to Councilmember Kelly for a second time.
Thank you. So I feel very strongly that you don't want to just say increase supply without also referencing the importance of protecting, maintaining, whatever word we want, our existing affordable housing. It is dangerous, and I know some of you might debate this, but that's why there is a Senate bill right now by Jeff Merkley and 2 House bills by Ro Khanna and Adam Smith to ban institutional investment, hedge funds, REITs, others from buying up single-family homes. This is happening, and that's what's driving up the prices primarily. That's one of the main forces driving them up. So that's why it's so important that we do say here that we don't just say, okay, open up the floodgates, increase supply, without in the same breath also saying we're going to protect it, what we have that's affordable, that is your starter homes. I think if you simply say, even though you say, I know at all income levels here, that alone, by increasing supply, is a real danger to yet more displacement of our population, of our longtime residents here. So supply alone is not going to, is dangerous. That's why I say putting in the word protect or maintain or whatever word you want to use, I'm okay with it. And I do believe that we all do want to keep these, but I think because of what's happening nationwide, they're saying by 2030, 30% are all going to be owned by these, by private equity. And we're seeing that we have hundreds of homes right now in Evanston that are owned, and the prices, it shoots them right up. That's the whole point. That's what's, making, and they're left empty frequently. And we've seen this, we've seen small homes getting bought up and, created duplexes and being sold each plex or whatever you call it for 3 to 4 times the amount of the original small home. And we see many examples of that. And I believe that each one of you doesn't want to see a small starter home that can be bought for under $300,000 or $300,000, turn into a duplex where each home unit is sold for 3 or 4 times the amount of that little home. And I think those are the homes, those are the homes that I care so much about in Evanston. I care more about those homes. I care about the homes in the first ward too, but I just want to, but these are really important. And when I drive down those streets, when I drove down Dodge and, and around West Evanston, I'm just like, this is an amazing city. I have to do a hat tip right now to the planners, our previous planners that did our zoning plan. It is beautiful. And in fact, while I'm speaking to this, I actually would like to see us downzone in some of those neighborhoods. I'd like to see us downzone from R3 to R2 and have maintain, I think we should embrace nonconformity. I think the fact that, downzone from R3 to R2 and protect those small homes. And I think, was it Rosinski mentioned something about non-conforming legacy buildings, and protect all the non-conforming multifamily buildings, but so that those traditionally, some of them are traditional black neighborhoods and others will continue. And I think, I know downzoning is a little tricky and we'd have to have everybody on a block agree to it because you don't want to, I know there's takings issue, but I think those are the kind of things we should look at. Okay, so I think that's it. For the moment.
Councilmember Isles.
Nobody is saying that supply is the only solution to our affordability problem. I don't even think Envision 2045 is a solution to our affordability problem. It's one piece of it. It is one of 7 policy statements, and it is one that I think we should be explicit about. Like Councilmember Nusma said, preserve is in the very next statement. That's why I don't like option 1.
I just want to remind folks that let's just try to be mindful of the time and the fact that different people have different opinions, and that's okay. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Hedegades.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Davis, I probably should have coordinated better with other council members. I had what turned out to be a way too specific expansion of our land trust program that didn't make it into our items to consider. For Councilmember Isles, would you take a friendly amendment to option 3 to say increase housing supply and affordable housing choices at all income levels?
Sure.
Thanks.
Friendly amendment adds the word affordable between the word and the word housing in option 3. Still no one is requesting to speak for the first time. Still no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma for a second opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, on the topic of preserving existing housing stock, Councilmember Kelly mentioned the need to protect naturally occurring affordable housing. Indeed, that is in the current draft as goal H3.3. Councilmember Kelly also very appropriately called our attention to the necessity of preventing displacement of Evanston residents. That is goal number 4, and there are 4, perhaps 5, pending some amendments, actions under that goal.
Still no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns.
That was it. Yeah, I'm close to just calling the vote on this because we literally are spending time talking about something that is already in the document, and we should not be doing that. It's all there. So, but thank you, Councilmember Newsom, for stating that.
Sorry, did you say you're calling the question, or did you say that you imagine the person calling?
I'm not trying to do it, but I just please be mindful. We have to please reference the document because we spent 10 minutes talking about something that is already there. It's not appropriate.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, my question is, what is an example of a housing choice? So is this like 3 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms? Like, what are the choices? What are we trying to do with that language?
Correct. It is essentially that different households have different needs, and we are as a community striving to provide those choices that fit the needs of our current and future residents.
So would housing choices also mean like single family homes versus duplexes versus high rises and everything like that too?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly.
So I think housing choices, can you again explain what you mean by this? Because again, I think there's no city around here that has that kind of housing choices we have. So what does that even mean? I mean, how could we have more housing choice?
If the council would like to replace choice with housing types, I think that also would work in this.
Or types. I mean, if you could just.
It
I just want to understand
is
what that
about the
means.
fact that there are people that have different desires in their housing. And as a community, we would like to increase the housing supply and the housing choices that we are affording to our residents.
So again, for example, we have, a small percentage compared to other suburbs of single-family homes. Like what are we hearing that people need more of in this city? I mean, I just don't know where are we not supplying where are we short on diverse housing? And where? I mean, in what aspect? I mean, who said that we were short on diverse housing? What residents said, oh, we need more choices in the type of housing? I understand affordability. I'm all about that. In fact, that's why I'm fighting so hard, and this is so stressful, because I really do think that this plan is going to open it up to the hedge funds and everything else, and we are going to see displacement despite wording in another chapter, because here you're all about just increased supply, and I think it's dangerous to do that. And I'm not about that. And in fact, I've written an ordinance, a referral for an ordinance that I hope others will join me, that mirrors the federal the Senate and the House bill for locally, and had some lawyers look over it. But I think this is very dangerous in terms of our affordable housing. So I I had never heard a resident say, gosh, I wish we had more variety of housing in Evanston. I mean, I just have a hard time believing that anybody was saying that. Affordable housing, yes. Housing that's more affordable, absolutely.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rodgers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say, I don't like the word supply. I'm not going to argue these things. Votes are going to fall where votes are going to fall. I will not be voting for it because of the inclusion of the word supply. I also think we don't agree on what our terms mean, and we're just going to sit up here and argue about what our terms mean. Secondly, in terms of our housing supply and what people want, that's our strategic housing plan, which we aren't going to get before this is going to be adopted. So I'm just going to move on.
The motion is to accept a modified option 3 with the word affordable inserted before housing choices. Would the clerk please take the roll?
All right, may I just friendly amendment to that?
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first, second, or third time.
Sorry.
Councilmember Kelly.
So how about a friendly amendment? Because it seems ostensibly missing the word gentrification in here in this entire document, except in parts that I submitted. Would you be amenable to saying increasing housing supply and housing choices at all income levels while ensuring that gentrification is either not exacerbated or I want to say that we're decreasing, that we're confronting gentrification or something. I'm sorry, I don't have the
None of the bullet points in these policy statements are more than 5 or 6 words.
I know, I'm sorry.
You're overcomplicating it. So no, I don't
Okay.
take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. I didn't word it well, but it was the concept that I wanted to ensure that we have in there, that we're not offering to open up supply.
You're free to
and then-
add another policy statement if you want.
Or add an action under 4.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I break the tie by voting aye. With 5 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion carries, and option 3 with the word affordable added before the words housing choices will be in the next draft. Councilmember Kelly.
I think there was a motion to end at 10.
I was going to move for adjournment.
I'll second.
1 second. Just to clarify, the final vote, there was 5 in favor, 4 against. Councilmember Rodgers.
I move for adjournment.
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodgers moves to adjourn. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers? Aye. Councilmember Heracariz?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I'll break the tie by voting no for now, and then we'll have a little conversation. So with 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails. So I voted no because that's my conscience. I think we should keep at it. I think this is important work. I also think that, a sort of a half unwilling council is not necessarily a recipe for success, and I recognize that we're sort of in a situation where if everyone who voted no were to walk away, we wouldn't even have a quorum. So I guess I would maybe entertain a 2 or 3 minute discussion between the ayes and the noes. Are those who voted no? Those who voted no, what's your preference? Councilman Isles.
I'd like to get through housing or 11 o'clock, but one of the things I want to raise is we haven't made that much progress between last week and this week. For a number of reasons, we haven't got as much done as I think everybody was hoping we would. Are we going to need another meeting before August 18th?
Well, I think the two best choices are to just power through and finish, or to adjourn now and do one more meeting. I think I have some comments about this meeting that I'll make at the end if we choose to adjourn. But I do think if you look at just the literal amount of progress we've made, we're well past the halfway point. I wouldn't be too worried about our ability to, with another serious meeting, get to the end based on how much progress we made tonight.
To be clear, I'm not saying, hey, I want another meeting. I'm saying
right. No, right, of course. Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Kelly.
I feel like we are finally making some much needed progress on this, and I would prefer to keep the momentum up as long as our minds are fresh enough to do it. I'm good to go for now. If other members of council are starting to fade, I'll be joining you at some point, but not yet.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
So we're going to have another meeting, I'm sure, because, I know there's a whole lot of other material that we still need to discuss. And I just think you don't just power through a comprehensive plan, a 20-year plan for your city. Just keep going. I know there are some people here in a hurry to be done with a comprehensive plan, but what's, a couple weeks or a month, we're talking about a 20-year plan that's going to have permanent ramifications for our city. That's silly to just say we're just going to power through. We're 5 hours into this meeting. I just find this irresponsible.
Councilmember Burns.
That's one way to put it. I think the way I would put it is we were all elected by our wards, to prepare for these meetings and to be ready to vote on issues. And I think all of us are ready to do that. And so while, people have characterized some issues as contentious, maybe if you're saying there's disagreement as the votes reflect, the tiebreaker votes have reflected this evening, but even if it's contentious, we know where we're at. So if people are literally tired, fatigued, et cetera, and just don't feel like they can go further, that's one thing. But I don't think continuing to push this comp plan to another meeting and then another meeting is going to change how we each feel as individuals. We just need to. We just need to have the discussion tonight. We're going to have probably some other tiebreaker votes, and that's just the way these bodies work sometimes. And so it's not powering through. It's that we all know we've taken a lot of time to listen to our community members, our constituents. We know where we are, right, on these items, as you do, Councilmember Kelly. There may be disagreement, but we know where we're at. Let's finish the job for as long as we think we can. And if we need another meeting, great. But I'm prepared. If there is willingness from enough of us to continue, I'm willing to do that.
Councilmember Davis.
So I'm not feeling great, so I don't think I'm going to last much longer. But one of the other things I wanted to mention is that I also don't think that we're going to finish this by 11. So, when we're talking about how long we plan on being here, I think midnight is it's not going to be me. That's what I'm confident about. But the other thing is that even if looking at the chapters we have left, many council members have expressed that there are things that they still wanted to propose that are not in this document. So we don't, I would imagine we still have, in addition to whatever's left, another 2 pages. My main point is that I actually don't see us getting through this in one meeting, in this meeting. I think there's almost certainly going to be a second meeting. And if that's the case, I don't know why we have to wear ourselves out at the end of the day like this. It seems like we've made more than halfway progress. And so I think we can get it done, in a second meeting without the need to, burn the candle, whatever that phrase is, burn the midnight oil. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Now this is almost coming up on 2 years that we've been talking about these things. So we should have kind of our thoughts in order, and we should know where we stand at this point. I was prepared to be here till midnight. That was my expectation, just because there's a lot of work to go through and a lot of discussion to be had. I'm not sure right now if we're having, I'm not sure if it's serving us the best as a body to have these discussions now. I can tell that people are a little bit on edge. But I think it's really important for us to be prepared and ready to do the work when we come here. I'm guilty of this as much as anyone. If there are things you want to have happen, call your colleagues and talk to them. If there's something you really think needs to be put in here, and I think that, moves things along. We're not up here alone. We should be working as a team as much as possible to find, and we had some compromise tonight, and and that came through conversations. And so I think I'll just leave it at that. I voted, as much as I appreciate that people are tired, I voted, how I feel, and I'm here, I'm a night owl, so I can be here till midnight, but I also see that the conversations aren't getting any better at this point.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So, I have a lot of items that if we're going to stay here till it's over, there's a lot that I still need to talk about and discuss that, isn't on the whatever consent agenda. There's the whole transition zones, the buffer zones. I could go on. But I also want to say the work isn't about voting. I'm picking up from you. We got to just vote. The work is the discussion. That's really where the work takes place, is in this discussion. And that's what's so important. So I'm getting this tone we got to just get through this and vote. No, what we got to do is discuss. And that's where we get to a higher level and we make better decisions. So I don't think, realistically, to do this responsibly, I don't think we're going to finish tonight. I wish folks would reconsider and schedule another meeting where we can finish, but I don't, I think going on now we're into our 6th hour, to talk about staying until midnight. I just think it's about too many of you are putting the emphasis on just voting and not really giving consideration to good, sound, not overly tired discussions that are so important for our city. And I think we should be just, having these robust discussions. And I don't if we lose, I lose on a 4-5 vote. I'll feel bad for my residents that maybe what I felt like they wanted, but I'm okay. I want those discussions. And I feel like we're just about let's get it done and vote through it. And I did, Juan, I did write a lot of things that I want to have discussed. So I hope we could reconsider and come back and do this when we can engage in better discussions.
I can't tell. Our council members Davis and Burns hands up again. Okay, so
mine is up.
All right, so
Mine is up again as well.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Davis.
I just wanted to clarify that I was expecting about 10 or 11 because I thought when we met at Rules Committee, maybe 3 weeks ago, we talked about when we would take a vote typically and how long, when we talked specifically about how long we expected meetings to go. And I thought that we kind of coalesced around the idea that 10 or 11 o'clock was kind of our goal. And so that's kind of what I came in expecting. And I'll also say that I get that the previous council has been working on this for 2 years, but I've only been here 3 months. So I haven't been following as much detail. And I was not able to get the same answers. I'll also say that I kind of expected answers to the questions I asked in my packet to be answered by staff in a response on those comments. And since they weren't, this is kind of the easiest time to get those questions answered as they come up. Things like, what does housing choice mean, or how are we defining that? Things of that nature. And so I do think, there is a little bit of discussion to be had, but I'm also just explaining why I was expecting this to be done in the next 37 minutes.
Still no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that I'm not down to go to midnight. I am what in this what we're doing right now obviously is taking a little bit of time, but even if we could push to 11, I think we can get a lot more done. The idea is not, in my opinion, that we finish anything in particular. I know other council members may disagree. I'm just saying let's continue at the same pace that we've been on, and certainly not spending 10, 20 minutes talking about something that is already very clearly in the draft. Let's not do that, but let's keep going. And again, Councilman Kelly, what you described, and you do this often, is either what we all want or agree with or what's happened. We've just had good discussions tonight. I think that's all we're saying is let's continue to do that. Now, if there is enough of us who do not feel like they are capable of continuing the discussion another 30 minutes or so, then I think we adjourn. But I think we've done a good job of having good discussions, and we've gotten through a lot. I'm just saying we probably could go another 30 minutes and get through even more. And, you know, it's just we're checking at least those off of things that don't have to be discussed at the next meeting. However, additional meetings we need at this point.
So I would, at this time, entertain another motion to adjourn if someone's interested in making it.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rodgers moves to adjourn. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Rodgers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis. Aye.
Well, I was not expecting such a dramatic change. With 6 voting in favor and 2 against, the motion carries. So we'll have to huddle about calendars and get back to the council very shortly about next meeting, which will have an agenda identical to this meeting. I would just flag for just a technical flag for staff in preparing the packet. There were 3 items tabled to the back, so those should be in the packet for the next one, as well as everything that wasn't addressed this evening. And I would just urge folks to come prepared for productive, focused discussion on specific issues where we really engage with the particular topics before us. I didn't ever say this, but I actually was just quietly not timing folks up here during this discussion, feeling like we had so many different items, we would just move from one to the next, and there wasn't necessarily a purpose in redoing the 5-minute clock for each item. I think that pretty clearly was a mistake, and I apologize for that. I think that made the discussion less focused and more repetitive and circular, and so my intent at our next meeting, which will have to happen shortly, will be to have a kind of regular timing of council, and hopefully we can use that as a bit of a guardrail to facilitate discussions that, again, are as focused as possible. And with that, pursuant to the vote just taken, the July 30th special meeting of the City Council stands adjourned.